whenever you need my love, need my love. Whenever you need my love, need my love. Ooh, I'll never let you down. All my life I will be there for you. Ooh, I'll always be around when you need someone to carry you. If you're looking for someone to hold, I'll be there to call you close. Ooh, I'll never let you down. All my life I will be there for you. For you.
Check your body. You can sleep longer. Let's not sleep together. You can sleep longer. Let's not sleep together. Check your body. Check your body. Underground. Check your body. You can sleep longer. Let's not sleep together. You can sleep longer. Let's not sleep together. Check your body. Check your body. Check your body. Let the flame ignite. Before they get to know me, but while you're joking, I was getting me some money. Flying across the country, now they're flying for me. Broke a record back in Donny, that's a different story. Don't ask me if it's wrong or right. This is for the lies you've been leading all my life. And you better run and hide. Let the flame ignite. Let the flame ignite. Before they get to know me, but while you're joking, I was getting me some money. Flying across the country, now they're flying for me. Broken record back in Donny, that's a different story. Major damage, locked and loaded. They start to panic, but they're standing frozen. Ground is shaking as the doorway opens. These hearts are racing, sudden slow motion. Don't ask me if it's wrong or right. Just for the lies you've been leading all my life. And you better running high. Don't let me go. Let the flame ignite.
I feel like this song's gonna be a banger. Alright, we're getting underway, folks. As much as I wanted to listen to that song. I've got my coffee. It looks like the coverage is starting. Just give me a moment and I will pull it up. Here I am. How's everybody going? Already over 200 people. It's too early for this, guys. It's too early. Hopefully you're enjoying your morning. Presuming a lot of you gonna got busy days ahead of you. I don't, clearly. But yes, okay, let me quickly sort this
Even if a new
out.
government agrees on measures to boost the economy, analysts are not predicting a quick turnaround. In a Bloomberg survey this month, they only forecast that 0.3% growth for this year, the weakest among the euro area's four biggest economies. Of course, a reminder of how we got here. Scholz's coalition government fell apart in November after infighting between his center-left Social Democrats, the climate-focused Greens, and pro-business Free Democratic Party. Now, that triggered 3 months of campaigning dominated by the issues of irregular migration and a faltering economy. Now, I think we're just getting some of the exit polls right now. German Social Democrats getting some 16% in the election. This is the exit poll according to ARD. The Conservatives getting some 29% in the elections. Liberals, FDP get 4.9% in the election, and Liberal FDP getting some, the far right, AfD getting 19.5% in the election. Now, this is actually below 20%. It feels like it's significantly lower than what we had in the poll so far. So let's get straight to our Chad Thomas, who, of course, is overseeing all of this coverage.
19's not bad. bad
Look, we have
for an
the
exit
first
poll.
exit polls. Of course, Chad, they'll be updated. I think the big surprise is AfD getting below 20% in this election.
Yeah, so they were
I feel like
polling
this is a
around
bit of
20%,
copium.
And if this holds up, this is obviously exit
Let me know if
polls.
I need to turn it up, people.
Through the evening, we'll be getting more detailed.
That sounds like a bit of copium
data,
from them.
But at 19.5% means they did a little bit less than what was expected. Still makes them the second largest party
exit poll,
in
folks.
the Bundestag. And let's be honest, it's double what they did in the election 4 years ago. So they have underperformed a little bit from the polls, but they still have doubled their support. The Christian Democrats also are right around where we were sort of expecting them in the polls. And of course, for the Social Democrats, it's going to be pretty bitter evening. They're at 16%. That's their worst results since before World War II.
Yeah, so this is probably the big story so far. Scholz's Social Democrats posting their worst results since World War II, as Chad was saying, but also at the same time, AfD getting 19.5% in the election. Now, Chad will be with us over the next 2 hours as we digest the results. We'll also get to Eric Nielsen to try and figure out what the market
How's everyone going today, by the way? Anyone particularly interested in the German election, or just something else to do with your breakfast? Didn't do as well as the polls. I'm going to bring up the polls in a sec. So let's actually talk about the polls for a second, right? Can they piss off with these ads, please, YouTube? Not in the mood. But looking at the polls real quick. What's interesting is, yeah, sure, AfD 19.5 is a bit lower than the 2021 they were kind of averaging. But with that being said, I mean, these are exit polls. If we go back to the UK election, exit polls are a little bit off, particularly with the number of electorates won or constituencies won. Now, because this isn't first past the post, it's not going to be as big of an issue. But I mean, it's 19.5 in an exit poll is not too bad at all. Um, s- especially when the one sec, I need a bloody. Oh, we're just gonna leave that for a second. Especially when everyone else is kind of in line and has the potential to fall off. Look, at the end of the day, AFD was, they've been ruled out by every single party to be a part of government anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's all about really how well they can do. They're going to be the second strongest party, even though they're going to be basically leading the opposition. But I find that interesting. I'll make this large real quick, help people out. So it's very fascinating. It's the first time I've actually even taken note of a German election, but I find it quite fascinating, especially because they've got their uh, I forget what it's called, but they've got their whole process of ruling out extremist parties. The French have the same thing with keeping out the likes of Rassemblement National last year. Um, so yeah, AFD not going to have any luck, but they are going to do extremely well in terms of the number of seats they get. But we're likely to have we will have a CDU CSU led coalition government, likely with the SPD, who are the current people in charge, but not anymore. It's interesting stuff. Crikey, we've almost had as many people as I had last night in my 2 hour stream, and we're only really 10 minutes in. Lovely. Thanks for that, guys. Let's see. We can come back to this. Yes, we can. What'll be interesting is how much, the fair mongering and the whole, there's no point voting for AFD because, we won't go into coalition with them actually has played a role in how people have decided to, have decided to vote and whether that steered them away. Bloody Germans take their time, don't they? See, that's the problem with the CDU. Is they're very pro-Ukraine. They're just wasting their time. For those wondering, it's going to be maybe probably 2 hours at least before they start announcing official results. So I'm in for the long haul, but everyone, feel free to go about your day as it comes upon you. All right, let's ignore those people for a moment. Alrighty. Alright. So, as of right now, as you can see, the Guardian obviously hasn't got much for us, except for the exit poll results so far. Um, so of course that is just the left. FDP on 4.9, BSW 2.5, others 3.9, Greens 13.5, very similar to our Greens actually. SPD 16, AFD 19.5, CDU, CSU 29. It's more or less in alignment with the polling. Subtle differences. But I think the FDP is, yeah, FDP would be interesting. Ultimately, it's not really going to be all that consequential, unless this party here also, BSW also gets over the 5%. They're unlikely to. You'd say at this point. So actually, how have they been polling? Actually, they've been around that mark, haven't they? Crikey. 250 of you with us so far this morning. It's amazing. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying your morning coffees, meals, whatever you happen to be doing. 187 of you are here live, which is also good. Not too much of a drop off as you go about. I know it is up to 249. Great. Alrighty. Sweet. Yeah. I'm gonna see if I'm not sure if I'm all that keen on these clowns at Bloomberg. So I'm gonna leave it with them for a moment, and I'm gonna see if I can find a better an alternative. I'm going to switch across to the Associated Propagandists. Associated Propagandists. All right. They're nothing beats a bit of German in the morning. Hopefully we do get some English, otherwise we'll have to find someone else. Makes sense for the for the sake of that announcement. Although the thing is, I think the Associated Press may just have this streaming, nothing else. Well, you can listen to some German for now. Maybe Sky News, huh? Oh, they're doing the same thing. I think maybe Bloomberg's the play. Bloomberg it is, folks. Well, we can't have that. What's going on here? Oh, I might have found an alternative. These guys are a bit dull. Oh yeah, that sounds infinitely better. All right. Would you care to elaborate, love? I don't think you will. I think my internet's having a bit of a cry. I mean, 16% is kind of pathetic, isn't it? You know what sucks, right? Is let me was it? What sucks, right? Is the CDU and AFD could just, they could just announce a coalition right now, but because of their stupid But I mean, I won't call it stupid because I think there is some reasonable rationale behind it. But because of their whole policy of not working with so-called extremist parties, I mean, they're going into a less favourable coalition that's going to have a lot of conflict, is more likely to fall apart. It's just silly. And frankly, I think it's like if National in the last election refused to work with New Zealand First because they viewed their view of things like gender and all of that to be extreme. Like they were labeling it extreme, so it's the same thing. I mean, AFD is far more right wing than NZ First, of course, but you get the point. Meta humbug. Bloody hell, YouTube! What's up with these ads? Trying to make their bloody bucks worth, aren't they? The alternative for Deutschland. Yeah, AFD up 9.2. That's bloody well done. That pretty much everyone's up except SPD and others. Well, and the Greens, I suppose. Oh wait, actually FBD's bloody dropped, haven't they? It's interesting how low their numbers typically are. I mean, like SPD won the last one, and they were only on like mid 20s. Yeah, the Greens will cheer anything. Can the Greens stop clapping over nothing? Crikey. Yeah, as I said, nothing. Guten Weg warten? Friedrich Merz. So that's the. Oh, he's still talking. very quickly, folks, this is what the likely coalition will look like for Germany. The CDU, CSU, as well as SPD, who will basically be stepping down from the role of governance and, going into the lesser role. But otherwise, they could add the Greens in for shits and giggles, or they could get rid of them, go with the Greens and the left. Or they could just have big dick energy and do what they should do. But they're not going to do that. Or, funnily enough, um, if the what are they called? FDP suddenly got over the line, then this would be a theory with a four-way, but that's never going to happen, especially not with the Greens. But that'd be funny. But yeah, the likely outcome here is that. Very much. Of course, they've also got their constituencies, but like us here in New Zealand, they've got basically MMP. I think there are a few differences, but generally it's MMP. But they've got like I think 299 constituencies, but they've got like well over 600. They got 630, and then they often go into overhangs. So yeah, there's plenty of seats won purely based off party vote. This will be just like France. Yeah, exactly, just like France. The two or the more kind of mainstream parties, or at least centre left, centre right, even left wing, even arguably far left wing parties will gang up and they'll team up to make sure that the so-called far right party doesn't get a sniff in. Happened to Rassemblement National and now the Alternative for Deutschland. Which is unfortunate because I think of the two out of AFD and Rassemblement National in France, I know Simon Anderson reckons that Rassemblement National probably are far right, or at least pretty right. From what I've read of AFD so far, I don't think they're quite there. Certainly right wing, but nothing wrong with that. Unfortunately, I don't speak German, folks, so I have no idea what the hell most of this shit says. But I do understand these numbers. What have we got? So yeah, Schultz is obviously Chancellor right now, but he's going to be replaced by old man on the left here in the coming weeks and months. But as you can see, AFD has gone up. They are starting to go up in this exit poll, as are SPD and CDU is actually going down. So AFD's gone up 0.2 in the last kind of 10 minutes. SPD's gone up 1. CDU's gone down 0.1. So yeah, these things will probably change around. I think FDP is probably a good shout to make it over that line, so that could kind of switch up how coalitions look. So, for example, I think if they're on about 5, they're on about 8. You'd say maybe 40 odd. That could mean that they could do a Greens with a 40 odd of the FDP, which is probably preferable, or even I'm not sure they can probably get away 96. They could probably get away with that and FDP, the left and FDP, instead of the Greens if they wanted. Maybe, I'm not sure. I think these guys and FDP might not necessarily like each other. It's a bit of a mess. But yeah, the likely coalition here is these two. And that's just the way it's going to be. Unfortunately, for people who really wanted some solid right-wing change in Germany, it's definitely going to be, I think, a better direction for them. But I mean, I don't think people are all that impressed when it was, Angela Merkel in charge, and she was the CDU, CSU. So, establishment, mainstream, centre-right parties. Is that going to be the trick to fix the woes of your country? I think most people would say no. But hey, who knows? You bloody tried your hardest, Olaf. Although, to be fair, I think the new guy's probably a bit more in favour of supplying Ukraine with a shit ton of guns. What do you mean, no sound? Yeah.
General Secretary and his predecessor, the parliamentary group, our state premiers, and the many ministers
This should fix it. Sorry, folks.
worked for the Social Democrats every day. I think we can be proud.
Thank you for commenting. No one else was. Surprised we've retained this many people.
Together in difficult times.
Wait,
and
we
if there's
good.
one thing I can wish for, it is that we continue to be a strong SPD that joins ranks and fights to ensure that social democracy plays a key role in Germany's future.
Oh, I can change this website I'm on to English. That's useful.
Das ist keineswegs so selbstverständlich.
And that's nothing you can take for granted, that you have a party that stands for modernization, for justice, for democracy, all together, and that over a very, very long time over Germany's history. It remains my firm conviction that we need our way of looking at the world so that our country remains a good country. So I would also like to say that it touches me as someone who has been a member of the Social Democratic Party for 50 years now.
50 years.
We
Crikey,
are
dick.
where we are today. Of course, I would have liked to have seen a better election result, but we can fight for better election results.
Enjoy
in the
retirement,
future,
lad.
And we will take on our responsibility for the country in the years to come. Everyone has always been able to rely on us, and you continue to rely on the Social Democratic Party. You can count on us.
Do what?
Ja, vielen Dank an Olaf Scholz für diese wirklich wichtigen
Thank you
Worte.
very much.
Okay, you can shut up for a minute. What I want to do really quickly is read out, because I've kind of skipped over it, read out what the AFD leader was saying. So I'll quickly switch over to this. So Alice Weidel, the co-leader of the far-right Alternative for Deutschland, said the party has never been stronger as she took to the stage at an election party after exit polls were announced. We have never been stronger. We are the second biggest force, Weidel said in words that were met by wild cheers from the crowds in attendance at the event in Berlin. We are the only party with a double-digit score compared to the past elections. She continued, adding, in the next elections, we will take over from the CDU, Christian Democratic Union, and be in the first place. Her words indicate how the party already has its eyes firmly on the next election in 2029. The mood at AFD election party was ecstatic as it emerged that the party had almost doubled its support, with people cheering and waving Germany flags. Hey, look, if the CDU, CSU, along with SPD and coalition, can't get shit done and can't improve things for Germans, I mean, you can't rule that out, especially when you've doubled your support in just 4 years. So, yeah, interesting to see how that goes. Very quickly, updating you on the exit polls. See how it goes. As you can see, SPD 16.1, CDU 28.9, the Greens 13.2, FDP 4.9, just below that threshold. AFD 19.7, the left 8.6. I forget what these guys called, but shit, they've shot up by 0.6 to 4.8. And yeah, and then whoever the hell that is. So yeah, currently as it stands, we're looking at this as the likely coalition. could, of course, be a three-way, or even that kind of three-way, but I think that's less likely. Of course, the right thing to do is that, but it's not going to happen. Thank you very much for the. I think it's like the Cordon Sanitaire or something. That's what it's called. Whatever. Simon would know. But yeah, I think that's all she wrote. For now, I don't think these guys are updating nearly as quick as they should. They've still got this down at 19.7, 19.5 instead of 19.7. But yes, I go straight back to this.
There was a lot of applause for the leadership, for the cabinet members. Now we have to remember there are also regional elections in Hamburg that are vital for the SPD. It's one of their last remaining stronghold. So they are trying to remain united until then. We're not expecting any massive changes in personnel, but of course Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, that is a name that people internationally might want to remember. He's going to play a role in the negotiations about who can lead the SPD into this period of essentially coming up with a stronger platform with changes to their own platform as well.
Nina, can I ask, if we look at the results that the SPD have or are likely to have managed here, do we know which party the SPD lost its votes to? Was it maybe the AfD, maybe as a protest vote?
We knew that up until the elections, about a third of German voters said that they were undecided. So I'm guessing that there was a certain amount of tactical voting by a lot of people. A third of all German votes, that is a high number. So people, when faced with a decision, do I want to continue essentially with one of the more centrist parties, or do I want a more radical position? Maybe they then went, for example, for a more lefty approach and voted for the Left Party or the BSW. That might still also make it into Bundestag. So they lost to those. But also when it comes to traditional SPD strongholds in the west of the country, like the Ruhr Alley where I'm from, and that has a long tradition as an industrial hub of Germany, and where jobs have gone lost in the last couple of years. The AfD are polling very, very highly there as well.
Nina Hase at the SPD headquarters. Thanks so much. We'll come back to you for more a little later on. And we've got a little update for you. Here is the latest on what's happening in the election. The projected results are indicating that the Conservative CDU-CSU bloc is on course to win the election and emerge as the biggest force in the Bundestag. That's the German parliament. Now, that would mean that Friedrich Merz will be Germany's next chancellor. The far-right Alternative for Germany could see a big rise in its share of the vote, coming in second. But the Social Democrats, Chancellor Olaf Scholz's party, as we just saw there, looks set to take a big hit, coming in third. So let's take a look at the projected results in more details. Over to you, Jared.
That's right. These projected results are just from a short time ago. We can bring those up. The CDU-CSU bloc projected to get 28.9% of the vote. The Alternative for Germany, the far-right party, 19.7%. The Social Democrats, we just heard from Olaf Scholz, that's his party, 16.1%. The Greens, 13.2%. The Left Party on 8.6%. The BSW, this Sarah Wagenknecht alliance, the party is a year old. It's gained 4.8% of the vote according to these projected
yeah, no wonder everyone
results.
calls it BSW. What the hell was that name?
3.8%. Someone's just quickly asked, when are the final results expected? They are expected on Monday, so we will be able to bring you those firm final results tomorrow, but we will continue to bring in the projected results. We can also take a look at the distribution.
We should start getting like some official results coming in though over the next
in the Bundestag.
hour.
The lower house of
Maybe
parliament.
a little bit.
The Social Democrats, 117 seats. The CDU-CSU Conservative bloc, 210. The Greens, 96. The far-right Alternative for Germany, 143 seats. The Left Party, 63 seats. and the SSW party, whose acronym I've forgotten. I'm going to do a little check of that. The South Schleswig Voters Association, 1 seat in the parliament. And so we can also take a look at the coalition, potential coalition makeup now. So this would involve the Social Democrats, 117 seats.
Bloody narrow, eh? You want the SPD to drop just so they're
CSU
forced to do
on
something.
210, so they could form a coalition without the Greens.
Thanks, Jared. We are still joined by DW's chief international editor, Richard Walker, and Markus Ziener from the German Marshall Fund to talk about all of the issues involved in the vote today and what this says about Germany's likely next government. Richard, if we are looking potentially at an SPD-CDU coalition, or I should say CDU-SPD coalition, how smoothly is that likely to work? Can we think about what the sort of the biggest challenges might be for these two parties working together? I know obviously they have done many times before, but we're in different times now. So what could be difficult this time around?
Yeah, so I'm trying to think, like, what's the best?
I'm going to keep this going in the background. Probably won't be able to hear it that well. But I need to bring you over to this. AFD now pushing very close to 20 in the exit polls. SPD up slightly. I believe the left have gone down slightly. Greens have gone down by 0.5. But AFD is pushing closer and closer to their polling, which was kind of between 20 and 21 to kind of 21.5. They're slowly pushing their way up in the exit polls, which is obviously great for them. And what you actually want to, if you're AFD, you want to kind of say, hey, look, we're really going to stamp that we are popular. You really want the CDU-CSU to actually drop and be forced to go into a three-way coalition. Not just because it would mean that they're less likely to be effective because they're surrounded by leftists, but because it means that their coalition will be more unstable, which would force a potential early election, meaning AFD would have a shot at taking office much sooner. So yeah, that's, if you're AFD, you probably want to see the CDU come down. And actually, based on polling, that the CDU is around about where they're at, but it's not as good as they would like. Anything kind of below 29 for the CDU right now is pretty disappointing. So yeah, that's and as I said, The Guardian isn't particularly interested in updating these numbers. They likely will at this point, but we're not quite there yet. So yes. 1 second. Why has my... Oh yeah, that's because I'm not on that page anymore. Let's go back to the other.
Shape for 2 years. And Germany also has tough limits on how much governments can borrow. So this is going to be the big discussion, is how do they work around that? How do you try to get enough money to make these investments? The Conservatives have been trying to stress...
Near silence as exit polls revealed at SPD election party. This reminds me of watching the Labour Party, on election night in 2023. It was so good just seeing everyone dead silent. It was brilliant.
And these rules that Germany has, which are constitutionally baked in, about how much government can borrow. And that could be an area for disagreement. The Social Democrats, they're centre-left, they are generally more open to borrowing money, although going into the history of this debt break, which goes back to the Merkel era, that actually came in under a Social Democrat finance minister. So these two parties would have to work out how do we work around that? How do we try to either reform this debt break or find some mechanism to free up funds for that? So I think that's going to be one of the biggest challenges.
There's a question basically on exactly that, Richard, and I'll throw it over to you, Marcus. Just in light of what Richard said, someone has asked in the chat, what are the topics where the CDU and the Social Democrats could have the most arguments in when they're forming a coalition, or trying to at least?
Yeah, I was just wondering when I was looking at the numbers, I mean, what kind of social democratic
it's all
party
economic.
is the CDU going to deal with?
Right.
Yeah, because, I mean,
borrowing,
diminished so much,
Cutting,
tremendously. Actually, now standing at
expenditure.
16%, and we heard a couple of times how what kind of historic legacy they are carrying, and now being diminished to a facilitator of power, and not to be a shaping power themselves anymore. I think this is something they have to first to deal with, and I'm wondering whether the party will go through a period of, well, intense struggle within. Should the party rather go further to the left? Should it accommodate the CDU? What kind of role is this party going to play? And I mean, we probably, some of the people we just saw on the screen of this SPD, we probably will not see them much longer, because they are part of history. I think much focus is now on Boris Pistorius, the defense minister, who has a high popularity and who probably is the one who is politically well equipped to deal with Friedrich Merz and with the CDU. But I'm not sure whether he really has the party behind him. So this is not really a great answer to your question, but it's just, you know, we are talking about something that's so much, it's a moving target here. It very much is in flux, and we don't know how this is going to play out. And if I look at the numbers, it looks like there's basically, for the SPD, they have to go into a coalition with the CDU. There's no other choice. What else should they do? I mean, the CDU cannot form a majority with the Green Party, if I'm not mistaken, and so.
There's a question about exactly that. Someone has put in the chat, and it's funny that you mentioned, and it said here, when you're talking about what else does the Social Democrats, what other choice do they have? Someone's asked here, does it not make more sense for the SPD to differentiate itself and rebuild in opposition? Is that even a possibility?
Well, I mean, this is a good question, because it's about, can you recover in opposition? Is that a good way actually to refresh the party in opposition? And we all know that there was a saying by a former Müntefering, by a former head of the SPD, who said, well, opposition is, it's an expletive, I'm not using this, but opposition is not a good thing to be. So they probably rather tend to be part of the government instead of being in the opposition. So I'll leave it here.
All right.
Let's talk about some of the challenges. Again, we don't know yet what the coalition will be, but we are talking about a potential CDU SPD coalition, who will obviously have to hit the ground running. Merz was saying we don't have any time to spend, spending months talking about coalitions. We need to hit the ground running, and we need to start tackling all of these problems that Germany is faced with. And obviously one of Germany's biggest foreign policy challenges this year and beyond is Donald Trump's return as US president. Now, if we look back a few years, relations between Donald Trump and Germany's former Chancellor, Angela Merkel, during his first term were famously frosty. You may remember that Donald Trump hosted the then Chancellor, Angela Merkel, at the White House in 2017. He refused to shake her hand on camera, despite journalists prompting him to do so. And I think Merkel, we can see there, was suggesting that
Donald Trump just looks like that, uninterested
she looked a little bewildered
high schooler, just like, no, I don't want to be here.
With Trump now back in office, his vice president, J.D. Vance, we've spoken about it earlier, he gave Europeans a sense of what is to come. Vance told the Munich Security Conference this month that European efforts to fight disinformation and hate speech were basically censorship. Let's take a listen.
The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America. In Britain and across Europe, free speech, I fear, is in retreat.
Now, Vance made that speech right in the middle of Germany's election campaign. In response, Friedrich Merz, the CDU's Friedrich Merz, told DW at the Munich Security Conference that Vance's comments were clear election interference.
Oh, he just gave his opinion.
Today is a really
Nothing wrong with that.
historic day. The American security guarantees are being called into question. The Americans are questioning democratic institutions, and they are interfering
Damn
quite
straight they are.
openly in an election, including in relation to democratic parties and their majorities. And I have to say, it disturbs me. It doesn't surprise me because they have talked about this before, but I firmly reject it. It is not the job of the American government to explain to us here in Germany how we should protect democratic institutions, and we will continue on our course.
I will say, if that's his response, I don't have much hope for bloody Germany.
Saw associates of Donald Trump openly campaigning for the far-right AfD. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, appeared by video link at an AfD rally. Musk also hosted the party's chancellor candidate, Alice Weidel, on his social media platform X. And Musk has said repeatedly that only the AfD can save Germany.
Is he wrong, though? Is he wrong?
All right. So let's have a think about what Germany's new government is going to have to deal with, given that Trump is the new American president. Friedrich Merz has said that he wants to make Germany stronger. Is he strong enough to stand up to and work with the American president?
Well, that's going to be a really interesting thing to see, whether they can establish some kind of working relationship. And we've seen so many European leaders kind of go through that process of trying to work that out. We saw Angela Merkel there, they had a pretty difficult relationship. And Friedrich Merz is coming in at a time, it's pretty much a nightmare situation for him. I mean, I'm sure if you'd asked him after the election of Donald Trump, he would probably have said, he's difficult, but I think we've got a decent chance of dealing with him. I used to, run this financial company, BlackRock. It's kind of wing in Germany.
Wait, he ran BlackRock. They're fucked. Oh, Germany's screwed, lads.
And
crikey,
between the lines, he would be also thinking, also, I'm a man and I'm tall, and sort of
he is very tall.
the sort of things that
he's involved with BlackRock. Germany's got no chance.
Response to. But then there's been this kind of 1-2 punch. You've got the Musk interventions around Alice Weidel, and then J.D. Vance coming and giving that speech in Munich, which came across like an implicit endorsement of the Alternative for Germany. And I spoke to, some members of the CDU party there, including ones who are pretty well connected in the States. And they were thinking, we don't know why they're doing this.
They're doing it because you guys are a problem.
The AfD is not going to get into the next government. So why are they doing this? Because, you can understand a friendly government, wanting to build connections to a party that's likely to be in the next government. But that's not going to happen. This is a party that is kind of felt within the, centrist German parties to be anti-system, presenting a fundamental threat to democracy in Germany. This is the view of
the lack of self-awareness of these left-wing and centre-right parties that don't realise that the reason why the likes of J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, Elon Musk are coming out and saying the things they are and implicitly endorsing AfD is because AfD are actually on the right side of things here. These establishment parties who aren't achieving anything good for their countries across the West are the problem. They are the problem, and they can't acknowledge it. They don't realise it. And that's why the US is saying what they are, because they need Germany, they need the UK, they need all of these Western allies of theirs to start behaving like adults again. To start actually being, I don't know, thoughtful in how they go about their business. Because right now they're just deciding to destroy themselves from within and gaslighting everyone else. They're thinking that, oh no, we're not doing anything wrong. David Reynolds, welcome this morning. Say, good morning. Waking to this poor result for AfD, I guess they were only one mass stabbing attacking from a win. Well, I mean, you're not too wrong on the latter. But I mean, poor, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's a poor result for them. It is the expected result for them. And it's double their support from the last election. Additionally, unless they got an outright majority, which essentially means, what is it, like 330 316 seats on their own, they were never ever going to get into government, simply because that's the way Germany rolls. They don't allow so-called right-wing or far-right parties to get into coalitions. So this is the classic case of, the centre-right and the centre-left teaming up to keep them out, or even the centre-right and the actual left, to keep them out. It's just how it is. Same thing happened in France with Rassemblement National. They keep out the far-right parties over there too. Yeah, it's just the way Europe rolls. And unfortunately, that's really at the detriment of their people. And yeah, you're still expecting a better result. I mean, there's all the potential in the world that AFD will go up another percent. They've already gone up by nearly half a point in the last hour, since the first exit poll dropped. Because you have to remember, these are exit polls, so these are just like, when people walk out of the polling booth and someone asks, "Hey, how'd you vote?" So they get a kind of a gauge. But none of these results so far are the actual results from actual voted or counted votes. So there's a chance that they're off by half a point or a point here or there, or even more. You never know. Because, I mean, you kind of saw that in some places in the UK. The issue with the UK is because they were first past the post, it was really off in terms of like Reform. I think Reform got, in terms of like a party vote, did pretty well, but constituency vote not so much, because they were cancelling each other out with the Conservatives. But here they don't really have that much of an issue with that, because it's basically MMP like New Zealand, and like half of their seats are non-constituency, so it kind of balances out. And they tend to go pretty heavy on the overhang. I think currently the current Bundestag is about 700 odd, when it's only supposed to be 630. So yeah, AFD could very much get 21% plus, and the CDU could easily come down to 28, maybe 27. Unlikely. I think they'll be over 28. But I think SPD will stay between 16 and 17. To be fair, CDU between 28 and 30. AFD, I think they'll be 20 to 22, anywhere in that range. Probably between 20 and 21 though. But it's hard to really know. I've never taken much note of German elections until this one.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, and with that, back to the studio.
Michaela Kufner, thank you so much for that. That's our chief political editor. We're going to bring you another quick reminder on what is happening in this election. The projected results are indicating that the conservative CDU-CSU bloc is on course to win this election. Their leader, Friedrich Merz, has claimed victory. He says he will get down to work on forming a coalition as soon as possible. Now, the far-right Alternative for Germany could see a big rise in its share of the vote and come in second place. That's looking likely. The SPD's Chancellor, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, has acknowledged defeat, and he has congratulated the CDU's Friedrich Merz. He described the election as a bitter result for his Social Democrats. So let's take a look at the projected results in more detail, Jared.
That's right. These are the projected results from around 15 minutes ago. We have the Social Democrats of Chancellor Olaf Scholz on 16.2%, down 9.5% from the last election. The biggest bloc, the CDU-CSU Conservatives, 28.9%, up 4.8% from the last election. The Greens on 13%, down 1.7% since the last election. The Free Democrats on 4.9%, and this is very interesting because this is just shy of.
I actually hope the FDP and BSW make it over, just because it mixes things up.
The far right Alternative for Germany, 19.9%. The Left Party, 8.5%. So it seems they will be in the Bundestag, and the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, 4.8%. Like the FDP, seemingly just shy of this 5% hurdle. Other parties, 3.8%. Let's take a look too at the distribution of seats. The Social Democrats on 118 seats in the Bundestag. That's the 630-seat Bundestag. The CDU-CSU Conservatives on 210. The Greens, 94 seats. The far-right Alternative for Germany, the Left on 145. The Left on 62, and the South Schleswig Voters Association, 1 seat. to make up a majority, if we're looking at coalitions, the SPD on 118, the CDU-CSU 210, that means they would have enough to form a coalition without the help of smaller parties that we've just seen.
And one of those smaller parties that has not had a good night is the business-friendly FDP, the neoliberal Free Democrats. In the last election, they got 11.4% of the vote, and they've been a part of Olaf Scholz's three-way coalition for the last 3 years. Now, currently, the projected results has the FDP under the 5% threshold to get into the Bundestag. So let's find out more. We can speak to our political correspondent, Simon Young, who is at the FDP headquarters. So, Simon, if this result stands, it's not looking good for the FDP, is it?
Well, you say that, and yeah, I think everyone here is remaining reasonably hopeful up to this point. There was a ripple of elation, a few cheers when at 6 o'clock, when one of the TV channels at least projected 5%. That's the magic number, as you've said, for getting into Parliament. For the FDP, and clearly that's the result that everyone here is hoping still might emerge somehow from this evening. I think when you're looking at this result, what's pretty clear, they've got less than half of the support they got at the 2021 national election. So in that sense, of course, it's a very bad result for them. I think you could say they were kind of expecting for it. After all, their leader, Christian Lindner, had a very public split with Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor, and the FDP was effectively kicked out of the government. And I think many of their voters perhaps felt that that the FDP, which is a party that stands for business, it stands for free enterprise, and so on, was not relevant to them anymore. But that's the question. Will they somehow just scrape over that line, get the 5% they want, be in the Bundestag, and then just possibly, the maths is always complicated, they could somehow be relevant. They might even end up in another three-way coalition. You never know.
You never know. The maths is complicated, isn't it, Simon? I just have to ask you, we were hearing that the FDP hadn't let the media into their headquarters. Now, obviously, you're there speaking to us from there, but is there, is there something that happened that they were just so upset with the results that they didn't want anyone to be reporting from there?
I'm sorry, Anya, the sound is breaking up a little bit on you there. I couldn't quite get that question. Would you want to ask me again, and maybe
Sure.
I'll understand what you're saying?
You were saying that they weren't too pessimistic, but we were hearing rumours that they were not happy at all and had therefore kept journalists out of the headquarters. I know you're obviously there reporting, but is there any truth behind those rumours?
No, that's definitely not true. The
Okay.
journalists are here in force,
Okay.
and we're all expectantly waiting for party leader Christian Lindner to emerge and address the crowd. He hasn't come out yet. I think
the
that's
FDP
understandable because, as I say, they're
leader's
just
waiting for the exit polls to
0.1%
finish
away potentially from
before he comes out.
being relevant. Of course, if they're not in the Bundestag, as everyone in German politics knows well, they're not really part of the discussion. They're not in the game. So we really have to just wait the next few hours and see where the final numbers end up. I think that's what everyone here is remaining hopeful about, even if they accept, this has been a relatively bad night for them in terms of their historical support.
Political correspondent Simon Young reporting from the FDP headquarters. Simon, thank you so much. And we are here in the DW studio, joined by our chief international editor, Richard Walker, and Markus Ziener from the German Marshall Fund think tank. Markus, Christian Lindner, who leads the FDP, he was finance minister in the last coalition government and, known for pushing for fiscal discipline. But he really clashed with his coalition partners, didn't he? And he crashed out of the coalition. He was sacked. Do you think that strengthened or weakened his standing and potentially the FDP's result in this election?
Well, from the results, we see that it weakened him, definitely. I mean, Christian Lindner has, I think he has a reputation issue because he's, by many, he's seen as a gambler because he, the FDP, the Liberals, were in coalition negotiations already in 2017. There was the idea of forming a coalition between the CDU, the Greens, and the Liberals. So there were quite long talks at the time with Angela Merkel, and then after a month or so, he dropped out and said, "Well, we don't want to do this." And then actually this then led to a grand coalition again. So, and now
Robert Bestratton, welcome, my friend. Just says, just a jihad away from victory, I suppose. Yeah, David had a very similar idea, and I think you might both be onto it. Clearly, it hasn't been enough. It's clearly woken some people up. But yeah, not quite enough to, make AFD the most popular party. The problem is, though, even
on the one hand, he led the party back.
Let me turn this down a little bit. Even if the AFD got, let's say, 30%, and everyone else is kind of high teens, low 20s, they still would be able to form a government. Because you'd probably end up in a situation where you have, let's say, SPD, CDU, the Greens, potentially about to get the 50%, even without AFD, even despite AFD having the most votes, and then they could even add a party like the FDP or even the left on there to keep them out, because that's how they operate over there. You would have to have a ballsy party to decide, screw it, we're going to go with AFD. And AFD on about 30% with everyone else kind of, teens and 20s, or at least SPD and CDU. Teens and 20s, AFD would probably need two parties to go into coalition with them, unless it was like the CDU, and they're all rolling it out. That's how they roll. So, yeah, wouldn't really matter. Wouldn't really matter. You could have a terrorist attack a day won't make a difference. They'd need to get like 40% of the vote, and then pray someone comes to their senses. So yeah.
Marcus, thank you so much. We're going to move from the FDP back to the AFD, the Alternative for Germany, the far-right party, which has come in second. The party's leader, Alice Weidel, has spoken to supporters, and she's saying that the party wants to play a role in shaping policy. Let's have a listen.
And one thing is for sure, we will always have an open hand to get involved in a coalition in the German government. The will of Germany is something we will implement. We are always prepared to fulfill the will of the people in a German government.
That's the AFD's Alice Weidel. Let's get more from DW political correspondent Matthew Moore. He is at the AFD headquarters.
David says they could force through some good policy change, but still I console myself with Trump and Doge. Yeah, look, silver linings. I think the US being in good hands is far more important than Germany being in good hands. Actually, the concerning thing about the CDU is I think they're a bit more in favor of backing old Zelensky and whatever the hell he wants to do than even Olaf Scholz of the SDP is. So that's a bit of a backstep as far as foreign relations in Europe goes.
Alice Weidel has just been handed a bottle of champagne by a French guest. So there is a sense that they're hopeful that they will get over 20% by the end of the night, and when all the votes have been counted. Having said that, the initial response was slightly flat because this was a party that really was expecting to be well over 20, comfortably over 20%. But none of that should take away from the fact that it is a historic result for the Alternative for Germany, a party that was founded just in 2013, a party that has doubled its performance from the last election, it looks like.
Did you see 60 Minutes YouTube vid on the insult police? It's literally illegal in Germany to insult someone. I haven't. Sounds interesting. I haven't, though. Bloody joke, honestly. Some of the censorship and crime, hate speech related stuff and in Europe at the moment, it's just insanity.
Ruled that out categorically, but the message from the Alternative for Germany tonight is Political changes.
Anyways, folks, I need to go make a coffee. I'll leave you with this blondie. Let's make a coffee. I'll be right back.
You know, saying I've got my hand stretched out. I am willing to work with the other parties. But as you're saying, the AfD is not going to be in the next government. But it will be a big opposition bloc in Parliament, won't it? Tell us about that. What will its role be?
Of course. Yeah. So,
Matthew, I'm so sorry. I've just asked you that question, and I'm going to have to interrupt you now because we are going to head to the FDP party headquarters. Apologies, Matthew. We'll come back to you later. We're going to go to the FDP party headquarters and listen to Christian Lindner.
A new start is what we had hoped for.
Wir sind, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, wir sind im letzten Herbst in das volle politische Risiko gegangen für
we
unser
took
Land.
a huge political risk for our country, and we are paying a high price for this today. But for Germany, this was the right decision to take.
Wir haben alle miteinander sehr gekämpft.
We fought hard, all of us did. Many really took it to their absolute limit physically. And I have to say I'm very proud of the FDP party. And I want to say thank you to all of those who voted for us and all of the countless campaigners. It wasn't because of you that we didn't do better.
Liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, wir haben es nicht vermocht zu zeigen,
we were unable to show which successes we achieved in the coalition government, and we didn't explain its failure enough. Based on our own aspirations, we weren't able to convince enough people to give us a new mandate in shaping a new government and being part of the coalition. So it is a defeat for the Free Democrats, but it is my firm conviction that it is not a defeat for political libertarianism. The view of freedom, liberal democracies, political libertarianism is something that will continue to be even more important in the future. So for tomorrow, we will be raising the flag of the FDP once again.
So oder so.
One way or another. One way or another, from tomorrow we will be raising the flag of the FDP. But this evening, we're going to have strong nerves. We're going to look at the final election results that the voters have given us, and then tomorrow we will analyze what happened. But one thing is for sure, the FDP are not vanquished. We are part of Germany because political libertarianism is part of Germany. So keep your nerves, strong nerves, and talk more later.
That was Christian Lindner, the leader of the Free Democratic Party, saying the results that have been seen today, whereby it looks like the FDP is just shy of this crucial 5% hurdle to get into the Bundestag. He's saying it's a defeat for the FDP, but not a defeat for political libertarianism. And he said twice or three times, so or so, one way or another, they're going to keep raising the flag for the FDP. What we're going to do, though, now is return to our conversation about the alternative for Germany, which, according to the projections, is the second biggest, has had the second best result from these elections. And Markus Sina, we have had a couple of questions in the YouTube chat here. We've talked a lot about the AfD, but they want to know, who are the AfD voters? Who are the types of people that vote for the alternative for Germany?
if you look at the
young men
map, you will see that many of the voters are based in the eastern part of Germany. This is definitely the stronghold of the AfD voters. And we've seen that also in local elections last year when they had big gains and were making it hard for other parties to form a government against the AfD, in particular in Thuringia and also in other places. So, and also among the youth voters.
bang, 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 breaking everybody.
Social media,
Seems like they've been bitching about it.
Have a big impact on the
I'll let this guy shut up.
Has not
AfD, 20.2. 20.2 in the exit polls. Remember, these are just the exit polls. They aren't official results. The official counted results are yet to be, or they're yet to start coming through. But as far as exit polls are concerned, AfD has now jumped to 20.2% of the vote, which is far more in line with what they expected. They'd probably prefer somewhere around 21 and over, but 20.2 is a great improvement from where they started this evening, or this morning for us, at 19.5. SPD up, well, they're up on where they started, which is 0.2 up. CDU down another point, another point of a point. Greens continuing to drop. They started at 13.5, so not good for them. FDP still at 4.9. They can't manage to break that 5 yet. So yeah. David says, apparently the youth don't like to be stabbed or raped when walking the dog. Yeah, seems that way, doesn't it? Plus, I think, which is interesting, right? Like, young men aren't typically the type of guys that you would associate with voting for, women that look like the leader of, let me lose it, that look like the leader of, like that, but that photo is a little bit flattering. Add about 20 years to what you would typically think someone in that photo looks like. That's not who you'd think a young man typically would vote for. Then again, I backed Judith Collins in 2020 for National Party. So, hey, I suppose when the policy's right. And this is the thing, right, is it doesn't matter who's at the front as long as they're strong and they're advocating for the right policies. And young men are attracted at the moment to the policies the likes of AfD are promoting, especially when you've got the backing of the likes of Elon Musk, Donald Trump, even JD Vance kind of having similar political views. So that plays a big role. So currently, Kaz Coalition goes, they can only make it work with SPD by 12 seats. Only make it work by 12 seats. Again, what should happen but won't happen is this. What should happen but won't happen. That's getting more and more possible, but that definitely won't happen. At the far right going in with the two leftist parties, it just doesn't going to happen. But yeah, unfortunately for AfD, hey, look, it's great for them that they get to have such an influence, even if they're just leading the opposition. And that's the thing. Even if SPD decide to go into opposition, and the CDU end up going into coalition with like the Greens and the left, the SDU won't be leading the opposition. Well, they won't be the largest party in the opposition, that's for sure. But yes, that is an update for you all. AfD have officially exceeded 20% in the exit polls, up 0.7 since the first round of exit polling numbers came through. All right, back to these crazies.
And published an opinion piece in one of the German newspapers saying that only the AfD can really rescue Germany. Then he invited Alice Weidel to take part.
They're bitching about
X
Elon.
Space, yeah, so a live conversation on X. And then he made an appearance by video link at an AfD rally. So these were all things that you would think, well, they would probably be favorable to the AfD. But simultaneously, there were other things happening that could also have contributed to the strong results of the AfD. For instance, this spate of attacks that we saw taking place that we were talking about earlier. So I think it's not really possible to kind of like pull apart, okay, what's the influence of Elon Musk? What's the influence of some of these other factors? And also you have to consider that it's possible that Elon Musk might turn off some potential voters from supporting AfD. He is,
if you're supporting AfD,
German.
Elon
He's
Musk
an
isn't turning you
outsider,
off.
kind of trying to wade into German politics. that is something that people, in many societies react to badly. We've seen, for instance, in the
This just sounds like
Brexit
copium.
campaign in the UK that Barack Obama sort of came in and he said, if Britain votes for Brexit, then it's going to have to go to the back of the queue for a free trade agreement with the United States, and this pretty much caused a more of a counter reaction of people thinking, why are you wading into this? Yeah, so.
If I may add one sentence here, I mean, just don't forget that the AfD is in essence, it's an anti-American party. I mean, they have sympathies for Russia, not for the United States. Now, if an American or well, he's
now that is
anyway,
copium.
but associated with the U.S. government, if the US is interfering here, even in favor of the AfD, it's not necessarily going down well with the AfD base.
One could argue that the current Trump administration is pro-Russia. That's what the whole narrative is. So I don't know how that's a problem.
That we did on AfD foreign policy, you see the strong anti-Americanism that comes out in that, and this pro-Russia, also quite pro-China bent. But at the same time, we're seeing a Trump administration that is also seemingly pivoting towards Russia.
Right.
So
As
all
I said,
of our assumptions about, where the United States might stand vis-a-vis an election taking place in Europe and the relationship that all of the different parties might have towards the United States, all of these assumptions are being scrambled right now. We don't know quite where they're going to
See, the part they think is the whole idea was, because they're pro-Russia, they're anti-America. No. One can be just as much in favor of working with Russia as they are the US. Right now, US-Russia relations aren't particularly bad. In fact, they're better with Russia than they are with the likes of Ukraine, arguably with Germany and the UK, in terms of, at least ideologically speaking, in terms of what they want to see happen in the crucial, relevant issue regarding Russia right now.
They're known for being very anti-immigration, strong nationalist stance, and the discussion around migration in Germany has obviously had a huge impact in this election. It's been something that has, really driven many of the campaigns. Some surveys show it is the top concern for voters. And a string of recent violent attacks linked to foreign-born suspects has intensified that debate here. One of the last major attacks happened on February the 13th in the southern city of Munich. A 24-year-old man from Afghanistan drove into a crowd of trade union demonstrators, and a mother and her 2-year-old daughter were killed. Dozens more were injured in that attack, and prosecutors said the man did have an Islamist motive.
Oh, you don't say.
Now, one of the main issues in the migration debate has been asylum. A decade after former Chancellor Angela Merkel allowed in more than 1 million refugees. So let's have a look
More
at
than a
things
million
look like
refugees,
now.
yeah.
Official figures show
If you
asylum
Angela, I think is
applications
what
in Germany
people should be
fell
thinking.
by a third last year. There were almost 230,000 applications in 2024. Now, that is down from more than 329,000 in 2023. Federal police also registered almost a third fewer illegal arrivals in 2024, with a total of 83,000. That's compared to more than 127,000 the year before.
At least it's going down.
Now, the head of the CDU, Friedrich Merz, we've heard him speak already this evening. He's the man who's most likely now to be the next chancellor. He spoke a short while ago. Let's take a listen.
These people ruin their own countries with their vile religion, and when they fail, they want to go to Western countries and ruin them too. Well, yes, that's partially true, but also it's the actual plan to go to these other countries, such as, Germany and the US and UK, and destroy them. The US is the big enemy in the eyes of, radical extremist Islamist belief. And as soon as they're taking care of the issue in the Middle East, the end game is the US, and they want to utterly destroy the entirety of the West. But everyone says, Jews are the problem. No. It's the Muslims, thank you very much. The radical ones, that is.
Yeah, that would be a tricky one. They would arguably have a much easier time with the far-right AfD, and I'm grateful that you pulled up those
Exactly.
graphics there, because
It'd
they
be
just
so much
show
easier
that
for the
Germany is a
CDU-CSU to just
conservative-leaning
go into
society
coalition
as
with the
of
AfD.
today, election
You can
day.
put a slight leash on
And
them.
what
You'd be
the
right.
leader of the conservative CDU-CSU will now have to do is find some common ground.
I mean, you're literally
with
leader. It
either
shouldn't
the
matter.
Social Democrats, who have rejected that very idea of rejecting migrants at the border as something that is simply against European law. There's a lot of debate about whether it is or isn't. And
Against
the Green
European
Party,
law. This
which
is why
just
you shouldn't be
voted
part of the
at
EU,
a
everybody.
party conference to extend rights for accepted asylum seekers here, people who have asylum, to bring their families here as well. Friedrich Merz wants an immediate stop to that. So that will be a very tough nut to crack in any coalition talks, and particularly if we have more than two parties involved.
And Germany's economy obviously has been a huge issue in this election campaign. Talk to us a little bit about what Friedrich Merz says he wants to do in terms of kickstarting the economy.
Well, he said he wants a migration turnaround. That means much tighter laws, essentially stopping people from entering. The Dublin Agreement, he says, simply doesn't work, but he would essentially try and pull up measures that would...
Robert says, Jews don't want to kill me, so I don't have a problem with them. Yeah, generally. Sure, there are some crazies, but who doesn't have some crazies?
He's completely against what the Social Democrats propose, which was like 10% extra on any investment would be covered by the state. He wants to see significant tax cuts, and he is also the one who
Sounds like
flags
National.
up how important it is to have a very fast negotiation, to have a functioning German government against the backdrop of those threatened tariffs by US President Trump, but also with challenges in China, where German automakers, who are really the drivers of the German
You like my,
economy,
it's not going to show. Oh, if you like my lock screen, courtesy of Grok 3 and Elon Musk.
has already warned in a big foreign policy
Show it,
speech that
you
he
bastard.
no longer
And
sees
it's turned
the
off.
government taking
Oh.
the risk if those
No, I've
risky
got- never mind. I think you saw it for a second.
turn sour potentially. So a very different direction.
Michaela Kuffner at the CDU headquarters. Thanks so much for that update, Michaela. All right, we're going to give you another quick recap. Here's the latest on what is happening in this election. So the projected results are indicating that the Conservative CDU-CSU bloc is on course to win the election. Their leader, Friedrich Merz, has claimed victory and says that he will get down to work on forming a coalition as soon as possible. The far-right Alternative for Germany party could see a big rise in its share of the vote and come in second. That's looking likely. Chancellor Olaf Scholz has acknowledged defeat and congratulated the CDU's Friedrich Merz. He described the election as a bitter result for his Social Democrats. Okay, let's take a look at the projected results in a bit more detail.
That's right, Anya. So we can tell you that according to the projected results from around 15 minutes ago, the CDU-CSU bloc is on 28.8%, followed by the Alternative for Germany on 20.2%. After that, the Social Democrats of the Chancellor Olaf Scholz, 16.2%, the Greens, 12.7%. The Left Party, which have had a remarkable turnaround, 8.5%, followed by the Free Democrats, just underneath the 5% hurdle to get into the Bundestag, 4.9%. But as we heard earlier, they are optimistic that they can reach that. We'll wait and see. Of course, the results, the final results are in tomorrow. And the BSW, the Bundes-Sarah Wagenknecht, 4.8%, and other parties make up 3.9%. We can take a look too at the distribution of seats. So the SPD, 118 seats. The CDU, CSU Conservatives, 210. The Greens, 92. The AfD, Alternative for Germany, 147. And the Left, 62. The South Schleswig Voters Association on 1 seat. Now, to make up a majority, the SPD is on 118 and the CDU, CSU Conservatives, 210, which would have enough to form a coalition without the help of smaller parties.
I'm holding nothing.
And we're still
Oh,
joined here by
nothing.
DW's chief international editor, Richard Walker, and Markus Ziener from the German Marshall Fund think tank to talk about the implication of the votes and the potential coalitions. Richard, we've just had an update of the results there. Which party's performance surprised you the most? I mean, what are you seeing in these results?
Well, I think there are a few things to pull out there. Yeah, I've been kind of crunching numbers quietly here a little bit over the last little bit. And I think a few things that I think really strike me. First of all, very high turnout, 84%. 84%. So the last
fair, that's
election was
probably
76%.
why
I went
the
through
AFD is
last,
so low.
the data from the last few
They probably
decades.
fearmongered just
It's
enough.
the highest turnout since 1987.
Wow.
Since 1987, before Germany was even reunified. So that was obviously only a West German election. I also did a comparison. I thought, okay, this sounds really high. Like, how does it compare to some other recent elections? If you look back to 2024, it was a bumper election year, 2024. US election, 64%. India, massive election, 66%. UK, only 60%. France, 67%. Taiwan, 72%. Pretty good in Taiwan. But 84%. So that's really a historic rebound. People will be thinking about why this happened. I think probably a lot of it is dissatisfaction, that Germans are unhappy with the way things have been going. They're pessimistic about the way things are going. One study from the Munich Security Conference just leading up to their conference recently showed that Germans were asked, compared to other countries, do you think you're going to be safer and richer, better off in 10 years? Only 15% of Germans said yes. 52% said no on both fronts.
And yet they still keep voting for the establishment parties that have been in power for goodness knows how long.
The previous government was not functioning, it was getting dysfunctional. I think this has been driving people to the elections. Some people may have been driven to vote because they're worried about the AfD getting stronger. Some AfD supporters, driven to vote because they're so angry about things. So that's really interesting, one thing I would... And then another thing that I would really highlight, we've been talking about the CDU, the Christian Democrats, winning this election. They got their second worst result ever. 28.8% is the latest projection. That is worse than any result that Angela Merkel got in her 16 years. And
that's the AfD taking it.
That was worse than that was the last one, 2021, where they had a chancellor candidate, as we were just mentioning earlier, who had a pretty disastrous campaign. But so Friedrich Merz, obviously we saw him in his event earlier, and obviously trying to project, victory, time to get to work. Actually, he's got a pretty bad-looking result. I mean, they're probably going to be disappointed. They're disappointed that it's under 30%. And actually, if you take a step back and you think, well, they've been the main opposition party against an extremely unpopular government over these last 3.5 years, in a situation where, there are huge problems mounting up, and they've been unable to convert that into a really significant increase in their support.
Yeah, that's because they're not tackling the issues people care about hard enough.
So I think, well, obviously the CDU, they've won it, but they're probably not going to be too happy with that number that they're getting, if that's the number that it turns out really to be.
Robert says Faroe Islanders have a saying, they swim back to the blood.
Back seat for many years, didn't he?
That's right. I mean, he's somebody who's wanted to be chancellor for a very long time, and he's been quite open about that. But yeah, I think you can pretty sure that he's disappointed that he didn't have a 30+% result, and that his result falls well short of any of Angela Merkel's results.
Yeah. I'm just going to check with my producer whether we can ask you another couple of questions. Have we got time, or are we going to cross them? Okay, we do have more time. So who will have... Marcus,
very quickly, I want to read a bit of news out of the AfD from a youth wing leader. So we're going to switch over to that really quick. AfD youth wing leader, certain that firewall against far right will end. Leader of the Alternative for Deutschland youth wing, known as the Young Alternative, has said he is certain that the mainstream party's so-called firewall against AfD will end after this election. Speaking to CNN and at the AfD's election party in Berlin ahead of the announcement of the exit poll Sunday evening, Hans, I'm not even going to bother, said, "I am certain that this so-called firewall will stop after this election, referring to the stance long taken by Germany's mainstream parties to work together to freeze out the far right. He added the CDU with Friedrich Merz won't work together with the AfD, but there will be a CDU after Friedrich Merz, and this CDU will have to work together with the AfD. He pointed out to the rising support for the AfD among Germany's youngest voters. We see that the upcoming generation in Germany is voting often for the AfD because this generation is directly confronted with the big problems of our society, migration problems, migration dynamics. They are also confronted with the economy. Therefore, so many young people are choosing AfD. Look, here's the thing, right? If AfD in the next election can find themselves as the most popular party, even if theoretically CDU could continue governing with the likes of, SPD and another party in a three-way or even four-way coalition, is that really practical? I think personally, because they would no longer be the governing party, they're actually less likely to go with the AfD. It really depends on whether or not AfD can do anything to kind of change their reputation, kind of really hammer into the media narrative about them. I wouldn't be so certain for given the hardline stance. I think it depends how much CDU would want to be in government. But if they're in government and they aren't the ones in charge, it's yeah. I don't know. I think that might be a little bit hopeful. Unless they're at like over 40% of the vote, which just isn't going to happen in Germany, is it?
We vote for the CDU because we need a strong party that has a clear mandate, and 28% is just it's good in a way, but it's not excellent.
He's been criticised, though, hasn't he, for not being honest enough about the tough solutions to the major problems that Germany faces. That he sort of skates over them and isn't actually honest with the voters about the amount of money that's needed to solve some of these problems.
And that's why AfD is doing so well.
From Angela Merkel, who she was very open and she was talking about tax increases, and I think that was in 2005, and in the end, 2002, and Mr. Schröder actually he won. Or maybe
Former
I'm mistaken
SPD
here, but
Chancellor,
actually, being honest to the voters is probably not something that really plays out, and is really you have a lot of benefit on. So he was probably thinking that.
Oh yeah. Being honest with the voters doesn't really work out if they vote you out.
It's not good for your election result.
There have been calls on all, across Europe and particularly on social media in the last couple of days in light of these German elections, when you hear statements from Donald Trump, for example, where he called Volodymyr Zelensky a dictator and insinuated that Ukraine itself was responsible for the suffering that's been inflicted on it by Russia.
They kind of were.
And people are saying Europe needs strong leaders to hit back at those types of statements, to counter them and to rebuke them. Is Friedrich Merz that type of person?
Yeah, we talked already about some kind of
Friedrich Merz
being a businessman, coming with an aura, which is probably something which makes more of an impression on Donald Trump. Yeah, so probably this is something he carries, Friedrich Merz, which might be helpful. To understand how to deal with Donald Trump is very difficult. I mean, so many people have tried and failed. Tomorrow, Emmanuel Macron will be in travel to the United States. I'm not sure what kind of approach he's going to take, but yeah, probably Merz is better equipped than Olaf Scholz. But will he be able to do the trick and somehow to find a way to deal with Donald Trump? I'm not sure. But yeah, we'll see.
If I can just jump in there, I mean, I think what we saw in Munich, which I think is worrying for Merz and his party, is this sense that what used to be a good connection between the Conservatives and the Republican Party in the United States is really crumbling. Yeah, so the Conservatives in their current state have not really been able to build up good relations with the Trump era Republican Party.
That's because they're faux conservative.
And the Trump era Republican Party, rather than really particularly making an effort with them, seems to be actually trying to actively support the AfD rather than make that effort. So I think Merz, a lot of what he's going to have to do is really try to fix that problem, because if Donald Trump's people stick with this attempt to bring kind of MAGA-style disruption to German politics, that's going to make Merz's life even harder.
Richard, we're going to move on and talk about one of the parties that we haven't talked about that much this evening, and that is Die Linke, the Left Party. It's had a good election night, the Socialist Left Party. Opinion polls showed that they've been doing particularly well with young voters, and they were brought back from the brink, so to
all
speak,
the university
in the last
students.
few weeks. So let's find out more from our political correspondent Bernd Riegert, who is at the Left Party's HQ. So Bernd, the Left has had a relatively good night. What are people saying there? Are they surprised that they got 8.5% or are likely to get 8.5%?
Well, the party members went wild. The crowd was cheering very loudly when the numbers came in, because they even got more than everybody expected here. The party was under the 5% threshold just 4 weeks ago, and then rose step by step, and now is over 8%.
Not wrong. End of January. 4, 5, 4.5, 4, 4, 5, 3.5, 4.
And this is a result that is actually not what the party leaders expected. Ines Schwertner, the co-party leader, told me that she is also
wild.
very overjoyed that this result is here. It was hard work, she said, but it's also due to the fact that on the other side of the spectrum, the far right and the conservatives work together in the Bundestag.
So talk to us a little bit about what the party is about, what does it stand for, and is that also behind its sort of recent, quite surprising rise?
Well, the big gains actually came when the Die Linke, the left-leaning party, could define itself as the anti-fascist group that wants to prevent that the far right and the conservatives in the Bundestag work together, that they want to preserve the so-called firewall against the far right. You remember that only a couple of weeks ago, the CDU, the FDP, the Liberals, and the far right voted together on a motion on tougher measures for migration, and the Linke fiercely opposed that, and that gave them a push in the polls. Many young people came to the party to support them, and Ines Schwertner told me that she actually is a little bit thankful for the CDU for this move, because this gave them the big push over the 5% threshold.
And you mentioned young voters, Bernd. Their message resonated particularly well with younger people, and they're really good at using social media, aren't they?
Yeah, the party's lucky because they have a TikTok star in their ranks. Heidi Reicheneck, a co-lead candidate, is very successful on TikTok. She gave a very fierce speech in the Bundestag that went very well down on TikTok, over 6 million views and likes for that. And so she attracted a lot of young people, but also young people are actually joining the party in the last weeks. 18,000 new members signed up for the Linke, and the leadership here says it's really a rejuvenation for the party.
Bernd Riegert reporting from the Left Party's HQ. Bernd, thank you so much. So speaking about the...
David makes a great point, as they mentioned that the Die Linke left-wing party, socialist left-wing party in Germany, suggests that they are the anti-fascist option. But it is indeed the left who, generally speaking, want the fascist laws to suppress opinions. That's very much the case. The left are very authoritarian compared to the right in this day and age.
We need fundamental structural changes in economic and social policy. So let's take a closer look at some graphics that highlight the main issues here. The first is that Germany's economy has stopped growing. It's in recession, as you can see
AfD
here.
goes up,
Economic
CDU
output
comes
has been
down.
Contracting for the last 2
FDP
years,
comes
which
down
is
as well,
not good
notably.
news for Europe's biggest economy. Now, one of the key reasons
look.
is falling demand for cars
Shit.
and other German exports.
No
The
one wants the
downturn
Mercs.
between
That's a
December
tragedy.
2023 and November of last year included a particularly
AFD makes
steep
Mercedes
decline
great again.
in October. And these economic headwinds are all having an impact on the cost of living in Germany. If you take a look at the rate of inflation,
I need to tweet that.
has been falling since the energy crisis in 2022, which was sparked by the war in Ukraine. But inflation remained high last year, still above 2%. All right, well, let's talk about the economy because it really was one of two major issues in this election. We had
All right, I'm going to switch back over to this other page really quickly. What have we got? Bundestag results. So SPD 16.3. That's up 0.3 since the start of the morning for us. CDU, CSU down again, down another 0.2 to 28.6. So this is continuing to fall for them. The Greens down again. They're down over a point since they started, down from 13.5 to 12.3. FDP down as well. AFD started the morning for us at 19.5, now up to 20.4, continues to rise for them. Now, this BSW group, they actually look like the momentum's on their side here. With respect to the exit polls, they could indeed make that 5%. Maybe that could be an option for the CDU if they want to avoid SPD. They could go with the Greens and them, potentially. Though they could easily go with Greens and the left, so that's not going to be much of a problem. But yes, AFD continuing to go up. Quick look at coalition potential. It's getting the margin's still about the same because the SPD did go up as well. But yeah, it's a 12-seat margin there for the CDU to work with respect to an SPD coalition. Otherwise, they can go with the Greens and the left, and potentially the Greens and the BSW if they make it over the line, or probably not the other way around. I don't think they'll quite have the numbers there. They may not even have the numbers with the Greens. But what should happen, that won't happen, is that. What should happen, but won't happen, is that. Correct. But yes, AFD, up again. Up again in the exit polls. Yeah. Yep. Alrighty, back to this.
The Chinese are becoming a major force there. You don't see many Chinese EVs on German roads yet, but that is a real potential threat to German car makers. This competition coming from Chinese EV makers, and that comes from the Chinese EV industry has come up partly through the battery industry. So they were companies that produce batteries for consumer electronics, kind of moving into cars rather than car makers moving into the world of EVs. This gives them a huge advantage there because the battery is such a crucial component for the cars of the future. So the automotive industry is under major pressure, and but this is also, I'm sorry, somebody's speaking into my ear at the same time as I'm speaking. So major problems for the automotive industry, and the Friedrich Merz has been saying, well, we're going to, for instance, slow down the pressure, the legal and regulatory pressure to move faster into EVs. For instance, getting rid of these bans on combustion engine cars, which are expected to come in the next decade. But there are some fears that, well, if you take that pressure off the German car industry to transition to EVs, then they're going to lose competitiveness even more, so that they need to keep up that kind of pace. So that is definitely kind of one slice of the economic problems that Germany is facing.
Can we just bring it back down to people feeling the pinch? I mean, this is, people say that they're worried about the economy, but how is it actually affecting people in Germany? How are their lives being affected by it?
Well, I think you can see that. We were referring to that earlier, this sense of pessimism. I think this is a major issue that has really affected Germany, and you see it in the opinion polls. There was one other question that was asked in opinion polls recently. Do you look to the future with confidence, or are you the German word was verunsichert. Are you, do you feel kind of disquieted? 88% of people said that they felt concerned. 88%.
Wow.
So, and I think this is partly, there's a sense that Germany has not really had a kind of a break from kind of bad news in several years. I mean, there was the pandemic, but that was global, of course. Every country had that. But the pandemic came, and then the war in Ukraine came, and there's this sense that the economic problems came, and there's this sense that there hasn't been a kind of a turn for the better, that it hasn't happened yet. And I think this is going to be a big part of the pressure on this new government, is to try to kind of generate this sense of, okay, something's going to get better now. Something
like optimism.
Instill some optimism in the public, because it's been so unremittingly negative in recent years. And now, on top of all of this, there's this angst about what is going on with Donald Trump, and is he really kind of massively going to abandon the Europeans? So I think this is going to be one of the big sort of goals of Friedrich Merz and this government, if he gets it together, is to try to generate that. And we saw in his speech just earlier, where he was sort of talking it up and saying, it's going to be time to get to work. He needs it. I think.
May I very quickly take this opportunity, even though she won't watch this, but a big happy 49th birthday to my mother today. 49th birthday to my mother. I have to call her at some point. Yes. Anyways, back to these guys.
Jared, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, because Friedrich Merz probably wanted to, he is, I think you said he is a millionaire, former BlackRock executive, someone that you would assume has strong economic credentials. Do you think he was annoyed that he wasn't really able to campaign properly on that, because it was overshadowed by issues like migration, and he was maybe forced into the back foot on that?
Yeah, so they did want to make this campaign about the economy as the central issue, and where the Conservatives felt that they had their sort of strongest pitch. And I know that some of the Conservatives were then frustrated with Friedrich Merz that he did this gambit in Parliament that we were talking about earlier, where after one of these attacks that has taken place in Germany a few weeks ago, he decided that he had to make some bold move in Parliament to try to show that, okay, I'm on top of the migration issue. You can trust me to do that. You don't need to vote AFD in order to take care of this issue.
Yeah, I don't think they trust you, lad.
This unleashed this huge debate then about this firewall between the Conservatives and the AFD, rather than a debate about the parlous state of the German economy. So I know some of the Conservatives were frustrated with Merz for shifting focus for at least 2 weeks to what he was up to in Parliament, and how to deal with the AFD and this issue of migration, where the Conservatives are seen with suspicion because a lot of the immigration took place under Angela Merkel from the Conservatives, instead of focusing on the economy. So for many of Merz's critics, they see that as a major own goal in this campaign.
All right. I think we have got another update for our viewers. Is that right? Do we have another update? Because I think we've got some more.
We've got some
projected results. That's right.
Exactly. Yeah. I've got them here, and I can bring those to you. We can bring up the projected results.
Very quickly, guys, if you are on X or TikTok watching and you want a more seamless experience, do feel free to head over to YouTube. The YouTube is a bit of a better viewing experience in my opinion. So if you are interested in sticking around for a little while longer and you want a bit more of a comfortable experience, feel free to follow the link there, or just go to Eric McRae on YouTube. You'll be able to find me easy enough if you'd prefer to watch there. Otherwise, stick where you're at. No problems at all.
Just under this 5% hurdle for the lower house of the Bundestag.
Oh yeah, there you are. There's the updated exit polling, as I announced 5-10 minutes ago.
On 4.7%, and the plus and minuses you're seeing on your screen, they indicate they're a comparison to the last federal election. So you can see how the parties have done either worse or better compared to 2021. Let's look at the distribution of seats too. The SPD 119 seats in the 630-seat Bundestag, the CDU, CSU, Conservatives on 187, the Greens on 80, the Free Democrats 33 seats, the Alternative for Germany on 133, the Left Party on 56 seats. Now, this is if these parties get into the Bundestag. The German, the possible coalitions, Social Democrats 119 and the CDU,
The most likely, but
209 seats, which would
there's a chance
give
the
them
centre-right
enough
go with
seats
the
to,
leftists and the
make up
Greens.
a majority.
It's kind of crazy. Just to keep out a
bring our viewers
far-right
back into the
party.
studio now. So we've been talking about the economy, about what needs fixing. And Richard, you were talking about this sense of malaise that Germans seem to be feeling now, you know, whether it's increased heating bills or simply the fact that the trains don't run on time anymore, which is a big discussion here.
Sounds like
Can you talk to us
Auckland.
a little bit about, you know, young people,
Thanks
young
to our
voters.
Marxist
I mean, are they
leader,
worried about
Chloe Swarbrick.
job prospects? Are they worried about pensions looking ahead? Because this is all big stuff, isn't it? All related to the economy.
Yeah, I mean, you do see that young voters are worried, and you start to see that also in the parties that they're voting for. So I was just looking at some data earlier that they've broken pretty strongly for the AfD, and also for the left party. So the kind of this surprise upswing that the left party, so basically one of the furthest left parties in German politics, pretty old school, you know, for redistribution of wealth, very pro-immigration. A party that
I'm
had
maxing
almost
out
been
the
given up
CPU
for
right now,
dead
folks.
last year because it suffered a split where one of the main figures in the party, called Sarah Wagenknecht, she split away and created her own party, which we've also seen in these projections, called the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, or BSW in the German initials. And she abandoned the party because she basically said, it's gone too woke. You know, it's not concerned with working class people and proper kind of good, honest, sort of socialist values anymore. And it's sort of highfalutin stuff about gender and all of this, and not about, you know, the good, honest basics.
CPU is maxing out at 100% right now.
The impression was at that time that was going to kill the left party. That
Thank you very much, Brave. I might close some tabs.
The people who were more progressive on these issues would find a home in the Greens, and she would take the more kind of conservative strain of working class voters from that party. It looks like, though, maybe she's potentially not going to manage to get into Parliament, or we'll see how these numbers shape up. But the left party has got a big late sort of upswing. I think part of that, we were talking about that earlier, that they've been beneficiaries of what Friedrich Merz did, this gambit to get sort of a motion through Parliament about migration, which got the support of the AfD, the sense that the left had to rally against that. But also, I think it's partly a response to the centre-left parties, so the Social Democrats and the Greens, inching rightwards on immigration. You know, talking more openly about the need for deportations for people who had no right to stay in Germany, or for people who had been involved in crimes. And so a kind of a perception that the centre ground of German politics is moving rightwards, and that even the centre-left parties are moving rightwards, and that one party had to be the holdout of saying, no, and really the left parties say, we just oppose deportations, full stop. You know, there is a part of the public that is really open to that. I think there's an interesting parallel towards what happened in the US election last year. And actually, if you look at the issues of this election, they're
Richard,
very much...
I'm going to stop you there, I'm sorry, because I'm just hearing that we are getting to a point in the evening in which the Chancellor candidates basically get together for an on-air roundtable debate. This is their chance to react, to give their reactions to the projected results, and we're going to cross to that debate right now and have a listen in.
Guten
And a very good evening and welcome to the Berlin Roundtable after very exciting elections 2025. And we are traditionally discussing with the parties that will form the next
There we go.
parliament in Germany. It's still not certain. We've invited all
CPU
of
is
them.
calming down.
A very good evening for me as well. Who's going to
A little bit.
enter into coalition with whom? Who's going to be in the German lower house?
I'm upgrading soon,
Bundestag?
folks.
That's what we'll be discussing in this show with these guests. They're all here with us today. The German Chancellor, the incumbent Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. And for the Union bloc, we'd like to welcome Chancellor candidate Friedrich Merz and the AfD Chancellor candidate Alice Weigel. And we have Green Party Chancellor candidate Robert Habeck. We've got the CSU party leader Markus
So awkward listening to this
Söder.
like translation.
And we've got from the left party Jan van Aken and the FDP Christian Linder. Unfortunately, we haven't got Sarah Wagenknecht from the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, but we've got Amira Mohammed Ali. And we're discussing on the basis of the projected results that we've got here. The FDP and the BSV were at 5% and would have overcome that hurdle, but now both of them are just under the 5% hurdle. But we're still going to be talking with all of the party leaders. And at one point, we do have clarity. That is the SPD result. We'd like to begin with you, Mr. Scholz. Serious losses for the Social Democrats. You have already admitted defeat. Clearly, the voters didn't want to give you a second chance after the collapse of the coalition. Was it a mistake to run? No, I don't believe it was a mistake. It was to do with the fact that the voters had to decide about the future of Germany. We thought it through very well. It's a bitter result for the SPD. We all worked very, very hard in Germany and spoke with the citizens here. I felt a real sense of solidarity, many who were supporting us with their whole heart. So it's very bitter to admit defeat here, but that's how it is. On an evening like this, we ask about personal consequences. You've already said you are going to remain acting chancellor, but your party has already said we need to have a change of generation. Is it the end for you now, after this? Well, obviously, I wanted to be chancellor, and I wasn't pursuing any other position in the government, and I will continue to take that position. That is my stance.
Just retired.
Now, Mr. Merz, very likely you are going to be the new Chancellor of Germany. You have emerged the strongest party. It's a very impressive result. But in some ways, you can say it isn't. You are going to need two coalition partners, maybe, on top of your sister party. That'll be difficult.
We have won these elections in a very clear manner. I want to thank those who voted for us. But those who didn't vote us, I want to tell them that I'm going to make an effort to form a German government, which is going to represent the entire German population, and I will make an effort to form a government which is going to tackle and solve the problems of our country. And how
Then go into
this
coalition
government is
with
to be
AfD,
formed
not
is something that we do
SPD
not know
clones.
at this point in time, and not so a secret that I would wish to need only one and not two coalition partners, but it's the voters who decided, and we are going to have to
The voters decided you should go into coalition with AfD. You're ignoring the voters.
Coalition between the SPD and the Green Party, is that going to be unavoidable because it won't be enough? But a coalition like that is an option.
I've always been saying that we're not going to go into a coalition with the AfD.
Look at us, Shane
The
Effie.
voters of AfD knew that before. They voted this party in spite of that. And now we need to find ways to form a government. And this is something that is going to become clearer in the course of this evening once the final results have become clear. We don't want to speculate.
Now, you've referred to the AfD. Ms. Weidel is with us. Your party was massively successful. You've doubled your results from last time. At the same time, Mr. Merz is saying clearly that he will not enter into a government coalition with you. So at the end of the day, if you voted for the AfD, did you waste your vote? No, not at all. We got the historically best result we've ever had. We've doubled over 3 years the result then, and we've only been in existence for 12 years, so it's a huge success for us. We are now really a big tent party. We're going to expand on our strategic position, which was always my personal aim. And as I said beforehand, our hand will always be outstretched to take part in the government. We will support the union when there are motions we approve of, because the vote of German citizens is clear. They want a political change. They want a coalition between the AfD and the Christian Union bloc. But we have to accept that. Mr. Merz has excluded that. But it's a Pyrrhic victory for the Union bloc. And the CDU and the CSU will have to explain to their voters how they are going to work with the Social Democrats or the Green Party and adhere to their successes. Staying with your party now, if your hand is outstretched, what compromises would you make? I don't think we'll have to make major compromises, because the CDU has essentially copied our party policy.
That is the irony of it.
All of our stances, all of our positions. You can do that, of course, but they're not going to be able to implement them with left-wing parties. And this is why our hand will remain outstretched to take part in the government. We can talk. Mr. Merz doesn't want to talk to us. Perhaps others in the CDU do. But let me tell you that when they enter into a coalition with the Green Party and the Social Democrats, that coalition will not last 4 years. Merz will be the interim chancellor, and in the years to come, we will overtake the union. Have the voters voted for the AfD?
I can't see that. The opposite is true. The voters of the CDU, CSU and those of the AfD knew that there wouldn't be any cooperation between the two parties. And Ms. Weidel, there are fundamentally different positions in terms of foreign policy, security policy, and many other areas. With regards to the topic Europe, NATO, Euro, you can hold an outstretched hand as much as you want. We do not follow a wrong policy. The heritage of the CDU will not be questioned, heritage of 75, only because there is a so-called alternative for Germany. You want the opposite of what we want.
Now let's ask the person who's between you, who has a word to say, Mr. Söder from the CSU. Is that an offer you can never refuse?
Well, to start with, it's very clear that we have won the elections, and in Bavaria we gained above proportionally and received one of the best results of Germany. But one can sense the uncertainty of Germans. Many are feeling uncertain whether the direction of politics is going to be changed. There will be some who got stuck with the AfD, but do Germans really, do the majority of the Germans want to get out of the European Union? Do they want to have a Eurasian community of interest, like Höcke said? This would make us to be a satellite state of Moscow. Nobody wants that. But we are going to organize a change of direction in Germany. And I made a pledge myself, which was that the CDU, CSU is going to work together and stick together. And we're happy that Friedrich Merz has the opportunity to be Chancellor.
Welcome, Vin Mill, to the stream. You've got a couple of comments here. Firstly, the AfD is a reaction to communist policies. 100% they are. AfD is the natural reaction when people go too far left, fail to implement things, and quite frankly, immigration gets out of control. You need a strong nationalist voice who is, willing to just put their foot down and not beat, and not just kind of dodge the issues, like seemingly the CDU are. They can sit there and say, oh yeah, we care about immigration, we care about this, we care about that, but fundamentally, we're not going to implement the changes necessary to truly get us back on track, much like National here in New Zealand. As you say, here in New Zealand, the people reacted to the leftist Green and Labour rule of 8 years. Yeah, 6 years. But yeah, they reacted to some degree. They booted out the left convincingly, but just gave us a 38% strong national government, national-led government, which just isn't. National is very much a handbrake on good ideas. We voted an NZ First, National and ACT parties. They've been focused on New Zealanders. New Zealand First and ACT, certainly more so than the National. ACT have got their flaws. Every party does. Their flaws are a little bit more obvious than NZ First. But National, just generally speaking, has been the underperformer of the three parties.
Just say I did it very briefly. Clearly, the union bloc can form a government. Congratulations. And now we have to take the necessary responsibility because Europe and Germany are being pulled in all directions from within as well. And so the country has to find its feet quickly, make big decisions quickly. And it would seem that we have to look at how we can do this. The left party will need more economic impulses. We have to look at how we're going to make progress. It's going to be difficult, and normalizing the AfD in the election campaign has increased. So there's a lot that needs to be done. But having said that, I would say it's an okay result, not a fantastic result. We were not punished for the coalition as much as we might have. Of course, we were aiming higher. We didn't get there. But the result is mixed. But you would want to enter into the government. We weren't able to improve our result because after the vote in the German parliament, where the CDU worked together with the AfD, we said, right, we're going to go into the opposition. We'll never work with Friedrich Merz again. We didn't do that. And some young progressive voters made us pay the price for that. We had to pay that price because there's no way I could take that option. I want us to take on responsibility and implement change. And so, of course, if Friedrich Merz is seeking contact with us and says we need to negotiate about China, depends on, sorry, not China, but if we're trying to go for a coalition with the Union Bloc, Social Democrats and Greens, then we have to look at that option. Or if the SPD won't come in, then it would be a Union Bloc Social Democrat coalition. We'll have to see what happens. But if we do end up with the Union Bloc Social Democrats and Green Party, yeah, we've paid a price for it. Now, if we're talking about a Union Bloc Social Democrat and Green Party coalition, which we sometimes call the Kenya coalition because of the colors of the flags. Now, Jan van Aken, you're going into the opposition, but you're not going to be outer parliamentary opposition, which would have been an option for you. And now we've got 3 constituencies that your top people are in. You'll be entering into the parliament. That's not so important because you've got a very strong result. We can see that already. Now, did you lack faith in your own party, or why did you go for this 3-pronged approach? You didn't think it was really an option?
Well, I said in October during our party convention that we can manage 7%. We got more. I wouldn't have expected that. But one must not underestimate this interplay between having the fight for direct mandates. I think we've got 7 or 8 constituencies where we've got a direct mandate, and that tells voters they're anyhow in parliament.
I'm hoping they will get an update on the exit poll soon.
So
maybe the next 5-10 minutes, hopefully.
Which is something we just heard, is something that we associate with the left party.
Vern Mill says, hey, I like the work you do. I've been following you for a while. Anyway, I'm off to work. Keep up the good work, mate. Thank you very much. I hope you caught this before you tuned out. Otherwise, you do watch back at all. Thank you very much for your comment. Appreciate it. Enjoy your day at work. Go get that hard-earned cash.
It's not the question that anybody would enter into a coalition with the Die Linke, with the left party. So we're going to be in opposition both in parliament and on the street out there. I worked with Greenpeace for many years. You don't have to be in government necessarily, even if you're in a position, even out of parliament.
Okay, so that basically forces.
That's our goal. With 8.8% being a member of
SPD.
We're going to make the life difficult for
as the coalition partner
when he wants to attack the social welfare state.
Unless, of course, SPD and CDU in the end can't do it on their own, in which case they'll probably just go with the Greens. But sounds like the left are happy to be in opposition.
We're seeing your results being 4.8, which means you wouldn't have overcome that hurdle into Parliament. Now, if you land at 5%, it's still a bitter defeat, isn't it? What consequences will there be?
Yes, it is a defeat for the FDP, but it is hopefully a win for Germany. We didn't manage to use the successes that we managed during the coalition government to bring it
It's just an
across the
acknowledgement that you're
broad
shit.
population. And we took up the end of the coalition government and weren't able to explain it to the voters so that voters would give us a new mandate. That's obviously the case. We don't know the final result of this election, but I'm realistic, of course. It is imaginable that the FDP will have to restructure itself in terms of its personnel, and politically, when we have to leave Parliament, I will also have to leave my position. I've been the chairman of the party for 11 years. It has always been a privilege. It has always been an honor and obligation for almost 25 years. I was voted into Parliament by citizens. I started out as the spokesperson for the children and youth policy in the state parliament.
David asks, I've just walked the dogs. What's happening? Yeah, I'll turn these pricks down a little bit. Not too much. We've had a couple of updates on the exit polling numbers. I'll run you through them really quick. So we've got SPD up to 16.3. CDU, CSU down to 28.6, Greens down to 12.3, FDP down to 4.7, AFD up nearly a point to 20.4, De Linke at 8.5, BSW up to 4.9, and then there's just an array of others. So AFD is improving. I think the closer they get to 21%, the happier they'll be. CDU coming down is also interesting. Obviously, that's going to be largely in part to the AFD, of course. And typically as the Greens are going down, the SPD go up. Just the way it seems to be going. Sounds like the Linke, the leftists, they are more than happy to be in opposition. The likely coalition will be between the Social Democrats and the CDU. And there's a chance, I think a small chance, that they might have a three-way with the Greens as well. Lefties in the Green Party in New Zealand at least wouldn't be opposed to a three-way, I'm sure, especially if Scat's involved. But yeah, look, AFD, good result for them. They'll be happy. And as a CDU SPD coalition fails to get the results Germans desire, there's a chance it falls apart, and I think Germans may eventually go all in on AFD. And by all in, I mean 30% in 2029, if not sooner, if they have an earlier election. Because that's just the natural trend of things at the moment. People just getting fed up with these establishment parties. They're taking their sweet-ass time getting fed up with them, but they're gradually getting there. I mean, you think about it right now, New Zealand's establishment parties are about 60% combined. Versus 60% combined versus well over 70% combined just 18 months ago. And you think about it, in 2020 they were around 70. Well, what did National get in 2020? Was it 25, 26 as well? But yeah, I'm expecting AFD will continue to come up a little bit as the exit polls get finalised. I'm not sure when the official results start coming in. I think as far as The Guardian, who I'm watching for actual updates because they've got exit poll numbers, which they've finally started updating. But they've also got party vote share with 0 of 299 constituencies declared. I feel like they're just going to update that party vote share as each constituency is declared. So yeah. But yeah, Germans are slowly waking up, David. And the West is slowly waking up. Too slow for my liking. I feel like New Zealand's lagging behind a bit too much. As much as we moved away from Labour, we've still elected, a very strong National Party with respect to the amount of influence they have. And okay, we can all have, there's a lot of issues with our party options. But of our options, New Zealand First is easily the best option with respect to the future of this country. And balancing that, and when we consider MMP, despite the fact that they don't get along, an ACT NZ First coalition with either side, preferably NZ First, but with either side as leader, that is what this country needs right now. We just need National to sit in the back and have a sleep, honestly, because you balance out those two parties. It's very good stuff, because the thing about ACT is, they're neoliberals, but they need their neoliberalism balanced out a little bit with a more economically centrist party who kind of makes more, I don't know, I feel like balanced decisions with respect to, regulating the economy. Like they don't want to over-regulate it. At the same time, they understand the need for it in some degrees, and ensuring that we still have social investment whilst not creating a, social dependency. And then the social conservatism of New Zealand First is just 100% a need, and to combat the likes of ACT and National's kind of pathetic social lack of social conservatism. The only real kind of social cultural issue that ACT's got going for it is the whole treaty thing. That's where they're really doing well. Hopefully we get some updates soon.
24th of February, and we're going to continue talking reasonably after the election. And I'm happy to have had this dispute in a very tough manner, which made the differences so clear. We have a high voter turnout, which is a good sign for our democracy, which legitimizes the Bundestag in a very stable manner. And our mandate is to use this election result in a reasonable manner. And the voters are right. They have taken their decision. Our task is to take this election result and form a government on that basis.
At the same time, I think Mr. Habeck was shaking his head a little bit. He didn't experience as very conciliatory yesterday. You said the left is over, the Green Party nutters you talked about. And that was targeting
Green Party nutters.
It doesn't really matter how I saw it. Okay, fine.
Oh,
you heard
the world over.
Well, I have also not been dealt with in the smoothest and most mildly manner. I was called fascist, Nazi. If there is anybody to complain, it would be me, but I don't do it today.
So nobody's complaining. Okay, Mr. Scholz, for your party, would you say it's not about healing wounds, it's about looking forward, or is there something you need to make up for?
David asks, are you for a referendum on David's treaty principles bill? Look, I'll take this time because these guys are just waffling about shit no one really cares about in this country. I'll take this time to go over my position on it. So, there's two elements to it here. So, do I prefer David Seymour's treaty principles bill to removing principles from law altogether? No. But do I prefer David's treaty principles bill to the proposal or the supposed method of removing said principles from law? Yes. And the reason for this is because David's principles bill with the use of the referendum is not something that's easily overturned or likely to be overturned. It's certainly not in the short term. Whereas the removal of principles from law is something that, as it currently stands, from what I've heard, is not something that is going to be, is something that can just remain in place for, several decades or even generations. Unless New Zealand First and National, mainly New Zealand First, comes out and can be, and reassure the country that the removal of principles from law will be something that the a incoming Labour government can't reverse, certainly not without like a parliamentary majority, I'm always going to prefer the Treaty Principles Bill option. So ultimately, I support the referendum and it going to a vote because the way these principles are written, it effectively does the same thing as removing the principles anyway, because all it does is put into law basically what the treaty says. Because those how the principles are written. They just reflect what the 3 articles of the treaty says. So by putting that into law, having that recognised, therefore getting rid of all the nonsensical principles that the Waitangi Tribunal and that have been using for decades, it effectively does the same thing as remove the principles from law. So yeah, if I could have a preference, it would be that we remove them from law altogether, and it is extremely hard or impossible to reverse. But as it stands, the Treaty Principles Bill is the way forward from this position. At the very least, referendum. I don't know why we don't want to have referendum, especially when National and New Zealand First and seemingly ACTA all four having a potential referendum on a 4-year term at the next election anyway. If we're going to have an election on a 4-year term, we may as well add this to the agenda. Like, seriously, it's a no-brainer to have 2 referendums in one. So as far as I'm concerned, do that, get it out of the way. Who knows? Maybe people will vote down the Treaty Principles Bill. Then it's just, oh well, our people aren't particularly bright. But look, there's merits. There's merits to supporting it and opposing it if the reason you're opposing it is the reason that New Zealand First holds, which is that there are no principles, so we should not codify them into law. But at the same time, New Zealand First doesn't, from what I know, have a workable alternative that isn't easily reversed. And it's even if it wasn't the easiest thing to reverse in the world, there's a lot of will from the left to reverse it, so they would do it regardless of how annoying it would be. So where there is a will, there is a way, and unless you can circumvent that with like a parliamentary majority, like a supermajority, that is, Act's proposal was the superior one due to that.
Election result is, but if there are talks between the SPD and the Union, it's not going to be the SPD leading these talks. I said that the position I would like is German Chancellor, and this is the position that I talk to citizens about. It remains a huge honor to be Chancellor of Germany, but I'm not going to be Chancellor in a CDU-led country. Is the SPD going to increase prices? Well, the SPD is very much representing social justice, stable pensions, statutory minimum wage. That's what we're aiming for. Now, Mr. Habeck, you can also drive the prices up if you want to be part of it. But if we're staying with migration policy, is this something...
Hey, look, I'm obviously young. Quick question. What was the capital of West Germany? Because obviously Berlin was the capital of East Germany. What was the capital of West? Was it Munich? Was it Hamburg? I don't know. I don't know these things. It was before my time.
Which focuses on talks to be held.
I can just search it, of course.
Later, then I'm worried because there is no time to be lost. There are a lot of topics that are very urgent. The American government,
Bonn.
I'm not talking about the Americans, but Donald Trump and
has anyone ever been to Bonn?
Him, are attacking the Western community of values. They let
That's literally the first time I've heard of Bonn.
Ukraine, which is the worst kind of imperialism we're witnessing right now, and Europe needs to find its own strength in areas where it hasn't come to an agreement in terms of defense policy.
It's just like get as far away from Berlin as possible. Seems to be the voice there.
Now, if we follow the normal game, the rituals of coalition negotiations, it will take until Easter or even the summer season, then we're going to fail historically. And everybody sitting at this table needs to understand that. And if we find an agreement, then my advice would be this agreement needed to be implemented very swiftly. We
Yeah,
cannot
thanks,
look
Matthew.
into all the minutiae of heating installation and migration. No, we are in a historic situation, which we haven't seen before. The Americans do not let down Europe. That even goes further. They work against Europe. That needs to be addressed and solved very fast, and the financial steps have to be taken very fast
Now, are
as well.
these arguments that convince you, Mr. Soto?
Thank you, Sean
when it
Chambers,
comes
and
to the
welcome.
difficulties of foreign policy?
Well, to compare heat insulation and migration, compare that is bizarre. Maybe it was a
doubles. It's shocker for German
mishap.
democracy.
We have experienced attacks, people dying. That cannot be compared to this heating legislation.
Live from Berlin, this is DW News. Our special coverage of the German election continues. A new parliament, a new government, and a new chancellor, all in the making tonight. With an impressive 84% voter turnout, the Conservatives are emerging as the biggest winner in this election. The CDU-CSU will have
But funny
the
enough,
most
it's their
seats in the
second
parliament,
worst ever
and
result.
the man leading them is now all but guaranteed to become Germany's next chancellor. You see him right there. You can get used to hearing Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Merz declared victory just over an hour ago. All right, let me bring you
Crazy how they
updated
can
what
declare
has been
victory off
happening.
buddy
Counting is
exit
still
polls.
underway, but projected results indicate Germany's conservative parties have won this
But it was always going to be the case.
election. Conservative leader Friedrich Merz has claimed victory and said that he will get down to work on forming a coalition as soon as possible. He told supporters that he will try to form a government that represents the whole country. The far-right Alternative for Germany party
I'm expecting we'll get an update on the.
looks to be on course to come in second.
I expect we'll get an update on the exit polling by surely by 9 a.m. Been over an hour, I think, or nearly an hour since the last update. So I think it's coming.
Chancellor Olaf Scholz, he has acknowledged defeat and congratulated Friedrich Merz. He described the election as a bitter result for his Social Democrats. Let's take a look at the projected results in more detail. There's another loser of the evening. Appears to be the Free Democrat Party. It looks like that it has failed to pass the 5% hurdle needed to get into the Bundestag, that's the German parliament. Party leader Christian Lindner has announced his resignation. So which parties could be in a new government, and how much of a change is this going to be really? Well, I'm joined here at the big table tonight by my colleague, Christine Munwa, to my right here. Christine is monitoring the vote counting, and she is also fielding your comments and questions. If you're streaming and watching us on YouTube or Twitter, write to us, send us a message. We'll get to as many as we can. And to my left is our international editor, Richard Walker. He is here to walk us through these numbers and results tonight. And to my far right, I want to welcome Benjamin Tallis. He's an international politics and security analyst with the Democratic Strategy Initiative here in Berlin. To all of you, welcome. It's good to see you again. Good to have you here at the table. So, Christine, take us through the numbers again. Tell us where we are right now.
Well, why don't we get right to that? And before we see that graphic come up, I think we just have to make a point about the good turnout, that we've had record turnout in terms of Germans coming out today, just indicative of how important this poll has been. But why don't we get our results graphic up there in a bit while, and we can show you what that result is. So this is in a different order, not necessarily the winning party right at the top, but the biggest losers at the top of that graphic there tonight. That is the SPD, the party of the current German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, coming in there just over 16% of the vote, a huge loss. This is a historic loss for Germany's oldest party, this result coming in tonight. And then we've got the CDU-CSU, that centre-right bloc. This is the former Angela Merkel, her party, now led by Friedrich Merz, who will likely be, probably is going to be Germany's chancellor. Look at that result. They're just shy of 30%, or 29% essentially, but they were probably hoping for a little bit more to edge over getting to that 30% mark. The Greens have come in short tonight, also dropping about 2 over there. The FDP just failing to meet that 5% benchmark to be able to get into the German parliament. This is, of course, voters kicking the FDP out of the parliament, right? And the second biggest winners of the night is the AFD in blue in that graphic there, coming in strong with 20% of that vote. We'll get into the conversation about what role they'll play going forward, but it's certainly probably not going to be in the form of being in a government or governing coalition. The Left Party was one of the biggest surprises tonight, doing better than expected. I think most people knew that the left would grow, but I think by this much, some people would be scratching their heads tonight, but a strong showing from the Left Party, who's done much better. And then, of course, there was the BSV Party, also coming in shy of that 5% benchmark to get into the parliament. So this is the results as they stand, bringing it back to the table. And of course, as you were saying, Brent, I am watching our YouTube chat, looking forward to all those comments coming in and bringing those into the conversation.
And Richard, I want to bring this voter turnout number to you. I mean, do we even know when was the last time we saw 84%? Because we have to remind people these elections were not even supposed to happen.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's right. I mean, they were meant to happen in September,
That's right.
but the coalition collapsed in the autumn of last year. So that brought those elections forward. But yeah, 84%, it's really stunning. The last time, so 1987 was the last election that was comparable in West Germany as the time before Germany was even reunified, and that was 84.3%. So it's really a pretty incredibly high number. And I just thought, okay, let's compare that to turnout rates in other recent elections.
Right.
Remember, last year, 2024, was this bumper election year, with loads of big elections around the world. So India, biggest election in the world, 66%. United States, 64%. You know, the election where Trump got re-elected.
We got something interesting, folks. We got something interesting. Let's turn these clowns off. Bang. One constituency has been declared. Which one is it? It is... Wow, that's kind of... I think that's... Yeah, that's in the kind of CDU-favored territory. As you can see here. Yeah. 38 for CSU. 24.3 to AFD. Obviously, it's not particularly left-leaning. But it's, yeah, plus 12.6% in this constituency. Yeah, so AFD start off strong with 24% of the vote from the one declared constituency. Whether or not this is fully counted yet is the question. It's got an 82% turnout, but I'm not sure what the actual total... yeah, as you can see, I mean, like, you know, there's maybe, what, 150,000 people that have voted there? I don't... What's the population of Germany like? That'll give us 83 million, yes. I mean, yeah, there's going to be far more, there's going to be far more votes coming in, even for that constituency. But with that being said, that's a very good start. So with one constituency declared, CDU 38%, AFD 24.3%, SPD 13.5%, Greens 6%, Left 5.3%, BSW 3.6%, FDP 3.1%, and others 6 points. So, yeah, that's that places. Well, that gets things started. These are the official votes, not just the exit polls. So the official results coming in. This is obviously a bit more of a right-leaning area, and early days in terms of the actual number of votes counted, even in that constituency. But it's a good start for the right, and AFD, of course. Although there is, you know, a large gap between CDU and AFD even there. But this is the more pro-CDU side of the country. So, yeah, interesting. Nice to see official votes coming through. Back we go.
How incredibly patient they suddenly become when discussing the innings of German politics in the face of those global, and particularly that challenge that Europe now needs to speak with a united voice. Friedrich Merz has vowed to do exactly that. At the same time, he did use his final election appearance just yesterday to say there would be an end to the leftist crazy politics. Well, he has to sit down at the table with those people he potentially insulted come tomorrow and work out a way to get to what he wants to get to fast, which is a very stable Germany, so he can do what he promises to do, which is to then take up relations with France more intensively again. It's an open secret that Olaf Scholz and Emmanuel Macron simply didn't get much off the ground. They literally did not speak the same political language. He also says he wants to reunite with Poland a lot more to put up a united voice. But that is needed over the next coming days and weeks, and it will take weeks or months traditionally until a German coalition government gets together. So that's where he has to prove that he can do the unexpected. And we've already heard signals from the Greens that they would be willing to talk, Social Democrats too, so maybe there's a political miracle in store here. We don't know.
Well, you say the unexpected. Christine was just pointing out we've got lots of questions from people following us on social media, and the question of the hour seems to be, why doesn't the CDU, why don't the Conservatives swallow their pride and join with the AFD? The numbers apparently are there.
Because it's not about swallowing pride. Germany has that dark Nazi past that has led to a commitment by parties of the center that they will not work with a party that is extreme to the right, and parts of the
but who dictates
AfD
what's
are
extreme to
seen
the
and
right?
suspected of wanting to undermine democracy itself. One of its leading figures, Björn Höcke, can legally be called a fascist. So this would be crossing a very, very deep, big red line here in Germany. It's a historic impossibility. At the same time,
All right, let's look at CNN, far left propagandists. This is how they describe, actually, this is The Guardian, my bad. This is how they describe AFD. Far right populists who campaign on immigration and Euroscepticism. Pretty tame if you ask me. Meanwhile, like the likes of the BSW, they're just like left-wing populists led by Sarah Wagenknecht. Like, doesn't really tell me much other than the fact that they're left-wing populists. Like, you know, SPD gets a traditional centre-left party, which is led by Olaf Scholz. CDU-CSU, the main Conservative Party, formerly led. Like, they're just saying that this is the main Conservative Party led by this person. This is the main Social or Centre-Left Party led by this person. You know, but the only party, with the exception of Die Linke, that actually gets any reference of some core issues AFD, where it says who campaign on immigration and Euroscepticism, and then of course Die Linke, which says with links to the Communist Party of Old East Germany, which is still their main base. Arguably, Die Linke, who were kind of in the discussion for potential coalition, are more far left than AFD are far right. But far left isn't a problem, despite the fact they're commies. With their base in East Germany, who the commies were the problem over there. It's bloody stupid.
Will always have an open hand to get involved in a coalition in the German government. The will of Germany is something we will implement. We are always prepared to fulfill the will of the people in a German government. It remains to be seen what will happen in the next few weeks. But friends, if what we predicted occurs, that the CDU carries out election fraud on the AfD by copying our program and then entering into a coalition with the left wing, then there'll be new elections faster than you can imagine, and we will overtake the CDU, and that is our aim.
Not wrong. It's going to backfire on CDU big time, I suspect, in the long term.
There. Let's go now to our political correspondent, Matthew Moore. He is at the AFD headquarters. Matthew, let's talk about just the numbers that we saw tonight. The AFD basically doubling its performance compared to the last election. How much of that comes down to the chancellor candidate for the party, the woman we just saw, Alice Weidel?
Weidel.
Well, of course, a huge part of it comes down to Alice Weidel. She is someone who's been able to present a moderate face to this party. However, a lot of it comes down to the fact that we've, in Germany in the last few years, we've been experiencing huge turmoil. We've seen turmoil with regard to the economy. The economy's been in recession for 2 years. We see a lot of concern and anger and concern about
Surely
the
it's
war in
9
Ukraine,
a.m.
anger about
New
energy
Zealand
prices
time.
going up. The AFD has been able to tap into
So surely some results, whether it's more exit poll updates or official results, start dropping.
Numbers going up in the last few years, and all of that together has really helped for the AFD to sharpen its profile, to define itself against the rest of the German political pack.
And we've already had one constituency declare, remember.
Which is them coming a historic second place. The first time that a party other than the Social Democrats on the centre-left and the Christian Democrats on the centre-right has come in the first or second in a German election in the post-war era, Brent.
And so that's the problem. The CDU and CSU are basically a de facto coalition of centre-left and centre-right. So they're just a centrist party. And
they're really waiting for the next election. And are they counting on this new government to be formed?
David Reynolds says, but not the will of all of AFD voters. Yeah, exactly.
To basically collapse and for there to be new elections, and that will be the time for the AFD to shine.
That's exactly what they're counting on, Brent. The mood in the room here tonight is that they want as many parties in the Bundestag as possible because that will make it more difficult for the centre-right Christian Democrats to form a stable government. That's exactly what they need because they know their argument is that a centre-right government in coalition with the centre-left parties or the Greens will simply not be able to agree on the big issue of migration. And
this is why it's unfortunate that FDP isn't in the equation because they would mix it up even more.
And then the demographics will help them along the way as well. And the next time that they come to the polls, the voters will make them the top party in the German elections. And so there really is a sense here that although they might not be in the next government, they're playing the long game, and they're hoping that they will be in the government after that. And the question really is whether we will see Alice Weidel continue to lead the party. I think that she will. This is someone who's been able to, as I say, present a very moderate side to a party that has very radical positions. That's because she's an economist. She's a woman in a very male-dominated party. But she's also faced a lot of scrutiny in this election because of where she lives.
I love that this guy's Scottish.
She lives in Switzerland because of the fact that she's a lesbian, and this is a very pro-family party.
She's a lesbian.
There was a heated row at the party conference last month. I was there, where people argued about what was in their election programme and the fact that she was a lesbian.
David says, look at the Democrats. They tried that Nazi name calling. Doesn't work, exactly.
And she will,
in fact, it just drives people towards them.
Into any future election that will come.
Matthew Moore at the headquarters of the AFD. Matthew, thank you. And if you're joining us, this is DW News special coverage of the German election. Christine Munwa is to my right here. She's got the numbers for you. To my left is our chief international editor, Richard Walker. And to my far right is Benjamin Taus with the Democratic Strategy Initiative. Ben,
the only accurate example of far right
based
tonight.
on what we heard from Matthew there, are we basically just kind of biding our time, waiting for this new government to be formed and then to collapse so that we can have elections again?
That's what a lot of people think, but this is the challenge for Friedrich Merz and whoever governs with him, is that they have to find stability, but stability is not enough. Stability is not what Germany needs right now. It needs radical transformation and change. Merz
really? So that's why you have firewalled the radical option that people are actually interested in.
The security order is broken. We see barbarians at the gate in every sense, from whether they be from Moscow or from
Token Black Quest for DEIIC.
So they have a real challenge to find both stability and that transformative change that Germany needs.
Christy, you said
Ben, just one for you from one of our viewers who's asking that with the Greens out, and they're characterizing this as a shift to the right, could a Merz-led Grand Coalition adopt a more sort of pragmatic stance on Ukraine, aligning better with the United States on the settlement in Ukraine?
Well, the thing is, that wouldn't be a pragmatic stance for Europe. It's always been the case that Europe is far more exposed to what happens in Ukraine than the United States is, which is why shadowing Biden's policy.
I don't like this leftist on my screen.
If Germany were to go with Trump's policy on this, it would be a disaster for European security. And given that Merz has said he wants to work closely
World War
with
III is
European
better for
partners,
security.
and that he will be a change from Olaf Scholz, who was an obstructive blocker.
These
I don't
people are
think that's a
nutters,
viable
honestly.
option.
But you said that they have to deliver.
Yeah.
I don't want to be cynical here, but can we really expect them to deliver if we're already talking about a new government that will have the Conservatives, but will also probably have the Social Democrats? That's the party that had a historic loss tonight and who gave us the current chancellor, who's going to have to be, well, he basically got fired tonight.
Yes, worst result for the SPD since 1887. And it's worth remembering the SPD has been in government for 23 of the last 27 years. But it depends which SPD turns up, because as you said, it's the end of Olaf Scholz. It's the end of that way of governing. And I think Germans have conclusively said they've had enough of that, which will be welcomed around Europe, to be honest. But which SPD is going to come? Is it the SPD of Boris Pistorius, of Lars Klingbeil, or of Rolf Mützenich?
Yeah. And what picture is Germany sending to the rest of the world, Richard, with where we are right now, with the fact that we've had early elections, we had one government that collapsed, we've got early...
Another constituency has come in with some results. We'll switch over to that right now. So we have Deggendorf, CSU 38.5, AFD, very good performance there, nearly 30%. Everyone else just absolutely nowhere, absolutely nowhere. So that brings CDU in terms of official results in so far. CDU up to 38.2, AFD up to 26.8. As it stands, that is quite significant. SPD 10%, Greens 5, Left 4, BSW 3, FDP 3. Of course, this will change dramatically as more constituencies begin to declare. But I mean, there's 299 of them, of course. But I mean, that's a great start. That's a great start for them. I believe where you'll see is really in these city centres. So constituencies around those city centres will pay a lot of dividends. So, for example, the left will probably do quite well in Berlin, or in some of those central areas of Berlin. Certainly SPD and the likes of Hamburg, Dortmund, Frankfurt. It's just the way it is with the leftist parties, isn't it? The city folk are just weird. Which is bizarre, right? Because I affiliate myself as a city guy. I don't live in the city; I live in the suburbs, but I like the city more than anything else, and would live there on a tomorrow if I could. That's interesting, but I mean, as far as results go, it's a great start. Great start. Sort of stuff you want to see if you're AFD, especially when you consider, right? You go into into an area. Oh shit! They've just updated another one. Give that a quick update. Oh no, that's the same. It's together. But you look at this, jumping up by 15 points. Like they've just doubled their support there. They've doubled their support there. That just seems to be the trend. They're doubling their support. You know, SPD's down 7. They're down 6. Crikey dick. Greens down 2. FDP down 5 in this constituency. So, yeah. I mean, when you're going up that dramatically, it really bodes you well. I mean, what they want, though, is they want to be exceeding that double, right? Because the exit polls show them doubling their support. What they want is they want to have constituencies where they're doing far better than that. Although I'm unsure if these are like completely finalized, because I don't feel, I know there's 299 of them, but I just don't feel like this number of voters. Let's do a bit of math. Let's just go with 150,000 times 300. How much is that? 150,000 times 299. How many voters? That's 44, like nearly 45 million. So maybe that is a pretty reasonable 150 to 200,000 people per constituency. Yeah. I mean, you'd probably say this is probably like maybe 60 to 70% of the vote in. So I mean, yeah, this probably won't change dramatically. But like, yeah, if you are AFD, you do want to be seeing more than doubling your vote, and here it is, a little bit more than doubling your vote, because that means, with respect to this is only double what they got last time around. In fact, it's actually just a smidge less than double. So yeah, they want to be. Oh, look at that, AFD, another constituency has declared up 13. So again, they've more than doubled their support in this constituency from last time around. CSU up 0.5 again. That seems to be their thing. They're up about 5%. Up by 5, up by 5, up by 5. That SPD is generally down by kind of, a bit. But yeah, balances out to 38 versus, 39 versus 26. SPD down below 10. Again, these are obviously the more, I'd say, the more rural areas, the areas that are, they're not cities. Yeah, these are obviously the more kind of right-wing areas, but acknowledging that CSU is technically centre-left. So, yeah, I mean, can't really complain with those results. You're moving to Kerikeri later this year, are you? Nice. I've got some family friends in Kerikeri, I believe. Haven't exactly gone myself, but yeah. Very good. Give it a quick update again. Yep. I think they're going to start coming in a bit thicker and faster. Let's see if we've got any updates here. No, I'm not sure if we're going to get any more updates with respect to this, to be completely honest with you. If we do, it'd be interesting. But now that we're starting to see actual results come through, it's a bit like, who cares? Interesting. Interesting stuff. All right.
Correspondent Nina Haza, she is at the party headquarters for the Social Democrats. Nina, quite a bad night for the Social Democrats, but they are likely to end up as the junior coalition partner. That's what we've been discussing so far. I mean, how stable a partnership could that be?
Indeed, it is a tragic night, and there's no denying that for Germany's oldest party. They go back to the 19th century, and this is their biggest loss in post-war modern Germany. This is a historically low result for them, and everybody admitted that when they came to the stage here, and Olaf Scholz did say that he takes at least some of the responsibility, but he also stressed again just how difficult those last 3 years were, with all those consequences of Russia's war against Ukraine, all the challenges that had to be solved. Now, of course, behind the scenes, people are already asking themselves what is going to happen now, because one thing is clear, the SPD will have to do a lot of soul searching as of today.
Oi.
But for now, they're saying, okay, let's
Yeah, these really are coming in thick and fast from now. Up to 5 constituencies declared. Obviously, these are all going to the CSU at this point. But we've had Hof. So, yep, double again for AFD. Another around 5% gain. For CSU, again, SPD down around 10. Yep, so great. Is this the other one? I feel like it was. We've had that one. Probably Schwandorf. Again, around the double again for AFD. And again, 5%. This is the trend. Every single constituency, CSU, AFD, it's double and 5%. Double and 5%. It's very fascinating how consistent it is. Extremely fascinating. And where that leaves us here is CDU, CSU, 39.2. AFD, 26.2. SPD, 10.1. Greens, 5.9. Left, 4. FDP, 3.1. BSW, 2.9. Others, 8.7. Now, as the day goes on, this will obviously, the left is going to start doing much better, especially as these more kind of tight-knit, high-density areas start to come in. But as far as the AFD are concerned, they'll be happy that they are doubling without fail every single time a constituency gets declared. So yeah, it's interesting. I think they're coming in relatively fast, are they not? See, maybe it's updated another one. No, not quite. Another quick look, see if these are updating at all. There we go. There we go. Now with let me change to English real quick. See what this actually means. Voter turnout 83.1%. I was interested to see what that meant. So as of 9:11 p.m. their time, it is now CDU down to 28.5. They started the evening at around 29. 29, maybe. I think it was 29. SPD started about 16. AFD started at 19.5, so they've gone up a point. And why is half my chat gone? That's fine, I don't mind. Alenka slightly up. FDP continues to go down. BSW steady on 4.9. They need to make that threshold to make it into parliament. Although, of course, if any of these parties below the threshold get 3 constituencies, they make it in. But I don't think it's likely, to be honest. The Greens are down 1.5 since the first exit poll of the evening. David Reynolds said, soul searching, no way. They'll double down with their far left policies while calling sensible people Nazis. 100% they will. They've got no shame. Centre left, even the left, normal left, yeah, just no shame. Again, the proportion for SPD and and CDU hasn't changed in terms of seats, even though the CDU have continued to drop. AFD, of course, are gaining seats. And, you know, that makes this interesting. It's obviously never going to happen because the solid right wing with, well, potentially even the far left, one could argue, that's just not going to happen. But yeah, it is interesting. 328 still the number. 316 is what you need. They got 328 with SPD. That's the likely outcome here. But you are, if you're AFD, you want this. If you're AFD, you want that. So yeah, it's interesting. It's good to see that. Let's see, quick update here at all. We are at still five constituencies. See if that, hopefully that changes in the coming minutes. Anyways, let's head back.
It's not going to get into a federal.
I'm just going to go make a quick coffee, people. I'll be right back.
I think what happens next, though, and how these next 4 years, or however many years it is, you know, governments are meant to be 4 years. The last one managed 3.5 or so. What happens? How does this progress? Does a really sort of successful
coffee can wait a minute? Suddenly just boosted up to 9 declared, and after I have the coffee, it'll be updated again for sure. It'll be very good. So 9. CDU obviously at this point have come down like 4 points just from those 4 being declared. AFD still doing very well. SPD is slowly coming up. Greens are slowly coming up. Left coming up. As I said, the left is going to come up, and that's why you see that here. AFD projected or expected at this point, quite convincingly it looks, as you'd expect on this side of the country, to win. Obviously not quite a doubling on this side of the country, but when it's this side of the country, you're already leading, right? You are the popular choice over there anyway, so the odds of you doubling your support is not as high. So I think if they're doubling their support on in Western Germany, they'll be very happy. On this side, as long as they're improving by a reasonable margin, by this looks like what, a 50% increase, more or less. So based on that, they're around 21% last time around, and it was probably reasonably close, you'd think. If CDU would have been second last time, that'd have been around 15 or 14 something percent versus 21%. So yeah, much closer. Now the gap is around 12% instead of the 7 odds. So they're gaining on the CDU in that part of the country. So they're extending that lead. So that's interesting to see. Well, they're, again, doubled support, +6 for CDU. Double the support, of course. Yeah, +6 for the CDU. So more or less within the trend. What have we got there? Again, double support, +5 for CSU. It is interesting though here. Obviously, I think this part of the country is a little bit more SPD, but it's very close here. But obviously, I mean, you look at this. SPD last time around in this constituency, 36% roughly. They've absolutely collapsed in Waldeck, haven't they? They've absolutely collapsed, and now they're neck and neck with AFD. Absolutely insane. Yeah, but looking at FDP numbers coming in, they've got no shot at Howlett making 5% if this is any reflection of how they're going to do. So yeah, quick update. 9-9. Okay, now I'm gonna go for a coffee, and when I get back, hopefully they've updated again. Alrighty.
Campaign despite the economy.
Grassroots joining forces. And thank you to Annalena as well. Another thing we have to say, though, is that I wanted more. I think all of us dreamed of a better result. We were hoping to get higher results, and we were there. We were up to 14% just a couple of weeks back, and then something happened that at least changed our election campaign, and that was Friedrich Merz voting in a motion with the AfD, and then many people voted against Merz, and they said we don't want to be in a coalition with the Union bloc. And I understand that, but it did make it harder for us.
All right, we're going to go now to our political correspondent, Julia Saldelli. She is at the Greens headquarters. Julia, I want to ask you, we heard Robert Habeck there trying to explain why things did not go so well tonight, although the party didn't lose that much. But is the feeling there, is there a sense that we just have to be patient, that we will probably end up in whatever new government is formed whenever that takes place?
Well, we're hearing here from members of the party, some of their political leaders telling us that, the game is still wide open. It'll all depend on which parties end up being in the parliament, what kind of majorities that allows to form, and then whether the Greens are needed for a coalition and whether they will be invited to even discuss possibly entering a coalition. What we know from the Greens leadership, they've said this throughout their campaign. They kept saying it tonight. They want to take on the responsibility of government. They feel like they have achieved a lot in the last 3.5 years, and they say they want to continue on that path. On the one hand, they say crucial times are ahead. If we look at the presidency of Donald Trump, of the actions and the propositions that presidency is making, and especially when we look at the situation with Ukraine, what kind of role Europe must play in trying to figure out what happens next with the war in Ukraine. The Greens want to be protagonists in this issue, and they want to set the tone and want to continue to be in government. We also heard from the party leadership here. They say they don't necessarily trust a possible conservative and social democratic coalition to actually deliver on climate being the big issue for the Greens. They say the time is of the essence now. We can't wait 4 years until we're back in government to actually deliver on climate.
Yeah, I mean, Julia, that's why they came into government after the last election. At the time, it seemed like the Greens, they really had a stronghold on the zeitgeist. And that being, of course, we have to do something about climate change. That was not the winning place to be in this election. Is there a sense there that they've lost their grip on the zeitgeist?
In a way, they believe here that actually, even in their election campaign, the Greens feel that they did try to bring the issue of climate forward, that they were trying to make the issue front and center of their campaign, but in general of the political debate in Germany, which is something that doesn't necessarily reflect, for example, in the amount of time that was spent talking about climate in political debates with the candidates and how much climate was even present on election posters. But certainly this time around, after the Greens have been in government and have pushed forward some measures that are more climate friendly, what has now become an infamous clean heating law that was pushed by the Green Chancellor candidate and Economy Minister Robert Habeck, which was communicated kind of disastrously, it was received kind of disastrously. It was perceived as the government basically taking money out of the pockets of the population. And these are all measures that have not helped make the issue of climate more popular amongst voters.
And Julia, are you hearing there from members of the Greens, maybe are they kind of saying under their breath, maybe they wouldn't want to say it out loud, that they hope that this government that will be formed will not include them, that actually their interests are better served if they spend some time in the opposition?
I have asked this question because I'm also myself wondering maybe it's time for the Greens to go back into opposition and regain some strength. But what I'm hearing here is no, absolutely not. They don't really want to go into opposition. They feel like they have momentum to govern. They really want to take part in government and shape what Germany does in the next few crucial years. They will obviously have to go into opposition if it comes to it, and they say they will play an important role in the opposition if it comes to it, but definitely the priority and the preferred option for them would be to be in government.
Okay. Our political correspondent, Julia Saldelli, at the headquarters of the Greens here in Berlin. Julia, thank you. And if you're just joining us, this is DW News, special coverage of the German election, and we've got some new numbers, Christine.
That's right. I think I'll start off by saying we heard the Greens Chancellor candidate there saying, we wish it was more. I think that's a universal feeling tonight. But here's that graphic coming on for you there. And as you see it at the top of the list, not necessarily with the most votes, actually, but on our graphic here, we've got the SPD coming in there first. But they've actually had the worst results tonight. But we've shifted graphics a little bit there. We've gone over to the parliamentary seating. And now we've come back to the graphic that I was originally talking about. We're just keeping it exciting, making sure that you're up with us here. Yeah, exactly. And we've just done this to make sure that you stay with me. So we'll start with the red bar over there. That would be the SPD. That is the party of the current German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. The SPD, Germany's oldest party, coming in at just shy of 16.5% of the vote as it stands. The CDU-CSU at 28%. Just shy of 29% of the votes. These, of course, are the winners of the night and will likely be delivering the next German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz. The Greens, who you've just been having the conversation about whether or not they are going to be part of a future German government coalition, are in at 12%, having come down a little bit over there. The FDP, this was, of course, one of the parties in the last coalition. You might remember the finance minister, Christian Lindner. They are just shy of 5%, and this means that they may not actually make it into the parliament. Yeah, it was quite an emotional delivery, his speech there at the party press conference, but they're fighting for just a place in the parliament at this stage. The AFD coming in second tonight. This is a strong showing by the far-right AFD, the alternative for Deutschland, or the alternative for Germany, coming in at 20% of the vote. I must say, at some point, there were predictions that we would have a higher turnout or result for the AFD. So it's looking like 1 in 5 Germans, but at some point, people were predicting perhaps 1 in 4 Germans would have been voting for the AFD today. The Left Party is among the surprises, really. I think a lot of analysts knew, predictions essentially didn't have them coming in just this strong, but they're just over or just shy of 9% of the vote there. Then we have the Sarah Wagenknecht alliance over there, what we call the BSV. also just shy of 5%. Of course, there's that benchmark to be able to get into the parliament, and of course other candidates. We can now show you the seating in the parliament. So 630 seats in the Bundestag, and look at the allocation now as we're working with these projected results. In fact, one of the things we should tell people is when we are expecting the final results, which is, we're looking at Monday, if that's right, Richard, the final results of this election here. But let's have a look at the seating arrangement there. So as it stands, of course, the lion's share does go to the CDU-CSU with 208. The next biggest party is, of course, the AFD with 150 seats, the SPD 120, the Greens, etc. So this is all interesting for, of course, the coalitions and coming together. But this is, these are the results as they stand. And I guess, Brent, you want to pick up with conversations about that coalition forming, right?
Well, I was going to shoot a question to Ben and just ask him, since we were talking about the Greens, the election in 2021, we were hearing from the Greens that fighting climate change is a part of national security, and it's a part of security for Europe. It should be a part of national security for every country, and people seem to get on board that train. And that train derailed somewhere between 2021 and tonight. I mean, is fighting climate change, is it no longer in when we're talking about security issues?
No, it's not. I mean, dealing with geopolitical shifts.
Okay, folks, things are heating up. 21 constituencies now declared. Now we're going to switch over to that. So, as it stands, party vote. CDU-CSU, 33.5. AFD, 22.8. SPD, 13.5. Greens, 9.2. Left, 6.4. BSW, 4. FDP, 3.6. And 7 for the rest. How's that look? Well, looks like SPD is going to win up here in Oydicht Emden. It's a dramatic fall in their share of the vote. Nonetheless, it's still looks like it'll be a reasonably comfortable victory by about 5 points or so. Again, the trend remains, particularly in Western Germany, of the CDU going up 5 and AFD getting at least double of their previous election result. And David Reynolds makes a great point. Fighting climate change, ? Lol, what a crock of shit. Exactly. Exactly. What a crock of shit. But yes, great effort there. Down here we have CDU +5 again. AFD over double. Over double. Here closer to Frankfurt, AFD. Yep, again over double. And +7 for CDU. And this is, again, a bit of a trend for SPD. So let's think about this. SPD last time around must have won this. They would have been around 26%. CDU was around 23%, and AFD was obviously nowhere. Now, SPD and AFD are basically tied. That's a crazy shift for AFD, even in that part. And here we are. This is actually encroaching on the Western side of things. And actually, I want to actually bring up a map of the polling map. Germany. Okay, this would be a direct comparison. So I think this is within that section based on. Okay, this is the European election, European Parliament. So this is a pretty good. Oh, what the hell? Yeah. Okay. I just realized how much it looks like, how similar that looks to the UK. Let's see, is that within the, I mean, that's close, isn't it? It's bloody close. I'd say that's, yeah, kind of just on that border, that kind of in there. Looking at that shape. It must be, but yeah, it's kind of, it's encroaching on that CDU territory there. But is it expected that they won that top right corner there? Clearly these maps are slightly different, of course, and this is European Parliament. That probably why. I'm going to go, gives you an indication of what you'd expect. Yeah. Crikey, what is that? Okay, whatever. But yeah. That's enough of that. But it's interesting to see how these trends continue. AFD, it's obviously one that they've won last time, clearly. I could have just looked at that, to be fair. They obviously have increased their support dramatically, even in a place they held at 26% of the vote last time around. Like, that's a huge increase. David Reynolds says this snap election was called to counter AFD's growing popularity. If they had waited any longer, then AFD would be winning, maybe. Hey, look, yeah. But the thing is, like, they don't even need to, because as they said, they're just going to do a grand coalition anyway. If you're going to do everything in your power to prevent AFD from governing, it's like, doesn't matter when you have the election. As long as AFD doesn't have 50% of the vote, you're kind of all right. And anything over 40, you're kind of risking it. But anything under 40, you're kind of all right. Although that just makes it extremely unworkable. But the thing is, the more unstable the government is, and the more times you have an election and you're just not getting any stability, the more likely they are to vote AFD. So it's like, it's a counterbalance. We've got another AFD, again, doubled. Green's obviously quite popular here, but they're down. CSU up. So yeah, trend maintained. Trend maintained. Crikey. Kind of just outside of Hamburg. SPD and Greens. Quite a leftist area, clearly. So 16% given that. Pretty bloody good. Especially up from around 7% last time. This is a great showing. Absolutely great showing. We've got some more constituencies. And look, obviously the vote is normalizing back to where the kind of votes and the exit polls were suggesting. But yeah, anything over 21%, you have to remember, is extremely good, especially because that's better than what the current exit polls suggest. And based on this, you think, it is going to be around that exit poll margin. CDU probably to this point. I mean, we haven't really had the strong leftist areas come in yet. So it's hard to know. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, you look at the exit polls versus where the Greens left are at. Definitely, it's gonna swing hard as the night goes on, or as our day goes on. How are we going? Interesting.
But there are two factors that will determine how much he will be able to translate into action: how complicated forming a government coalition will become, and what Donald Trump will do next. The uncompromising Friedrich Merz will have to compromise fast.
Well, not so long ago, U.S. President Donald Trump said he wasn't aware that Germany was having an election, but since then he's been educated on that, and today he congratulated the winning conservatives and described the election as a great day for Germany. I'm joined now from Washington by our correspondent, Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber. Benjamin, good to see you. So how is this being seen in the U.S. now that the U.S. president knows what's happening?
That's right, and he says it's highly anticipated. But a couple of days ago, when he was asked in the White House, he had to ask again, what are the elections that are taking place on Sunday? Well, they told him that they would be the German elections. He wished them luck, saying we have enough.
Redbeard Kiwi says, yay. Yay, indeed.
Here from Washington on his Truth Social post in all caps statement. I will just read one part of it. He said, much like the USA, the people of Germany got tired of the no common sense agenda, a term that we're hearing over and over from this new administration, especially on energy and immigration that has prevailed for so many years. This is a great day for Germany and also a great day for the United States. So that's the first reaction that we have here from Washington, that of course is closely following the elections in Germany. We can expect to hear more from the White House and also from the State Department tomorrow.
So, U.S. President Trump, he seems pleased. How much does he have in common with the man who will most likely be the next chancellor, Friedrich Merz?
So as we just heard in that report, Friedrich Merz made a fortune as a lawyer. He leading BlackRock in Germany, so that might be something that made it easier for him to talk to Trump. But as we also just heard, he will need to make compromises, not just to form this coalition, to form this government that he also said should be in place as soon as possible for this leading role. That's also something that might make a lot of sense for Donald Trump, who said that he wants to put the United States from a sleepy role to a really leading role, this America First policy. But it is always different, and we have to see what will happen actually when they meet, when they have this first conversation. We know that there are many European leaders eager to talk to Trump as quickly as possible, to present themselves, also as type of a mediator when it comes to the war in Ukraine. Trump met with the president of Poland yesterday at CPEC, the first European leader. Next week he will meet with Emmanuel Macron from France and also Keir Starmer from the United Kingdom. So we can imagine that probably Friedrich Merz might be here in Washington too, but it's different to hear what the reactions are right now, saying that they will lead in those conversations, and also what the output will be of those conversations here on the ground in the United States.
And Benjamin, this is an election that took place for the first time that any of us can remember, when the future of the transatlantic relationship has been questioned, and people actually wondering, can the United States still be seen as an ally of Germany? What's the view from where you are?
That's right, and I think that many actually realized that only when Vice President J.D. Vance spoke at the Munich Security Conference in that really remarkable speech that raised a lot of eyebrows, or even more than that in Europe, not so much here. But that's the big question, how the cooperation will continue, not only with Germany, but also with Europe. Many of high-ranking officials from the U.S. administration have been there. Defense Secretary Hegseth, who was in Brussels, also had different meetings there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So it remains to be seen how the relationship will continue. Also, when we look at the negotiations and the U.S. talking to Russia without including Europeans and not even leaving the option open that they might also have a seat at the table. But what's also really remarkable here is not just the role that President Trump is playing here, but especially what Elon Musk, the role that he has been playing, being really close with Alice Weidel, the head of the far-right AfD party. He has been tweeting his support for the AfD, not only in the last couple of days and only recently. He quoted a video of Björn Höcke, that we can say it's one of the most radical members of the AfD party. He was fined twice for using a Nazi slogan. He can legally be called a fascist, and that was a video that Elon Musk quoted and posted. He has been retweeting a lot from the AfD party convention, so that's definitely also something that led to criticism from many senior members, Friedrich Merz, the likely new chancellor, but also from Robert Habeck, who repeated it recently, saying that the Trump administration is attacking what he called the Western values.
Our correspondent Benjamin Alvarez Gruber with the latest from Washington. Benjamin, thank you. And our coverage continues now. We want to go for the European view on this election. Let's go to Brussels now. My colleague Rosie Burchard is standing by. Good evening to you, Rosie. I know we've got some reaction coming from European leaders. What have we heard?
So indeed, we've had some European leaders already taking to social media to congratulate Friedrich Merz. We've had that, for example, from the Cypriot president, who says that it's an important victory at a crucial moment for Europe. And we've had the Finnish prime minister saying, congratulating Friedrich Merz and saying that this is something which is a strong Germany, he says, is essential for a strong Europe. And let me tell you, that has been the reaction I've heard from diplomats in general over these last few years when we've had difficulties within the German coalition having an impact here in Brussels. I've heard frustration from EU diplomats from other countries saying when they can't see what Germany's policy is going to be in a certain issue, it's hard to set a line here in Brussels. That's been the case, for example, when it comes to European Union policy on China. But we've also had instances of German coalition politics, meaning that some European policies, for example, on that key issue of combustion engine cars being unpicked or some backtracking. So there is a desire here in Europe to have a clearer line on what the future of Germany's politics will be. Of course, we don't have exact clarity yet, these election results just coming in now. But there's also another big issue here in Europe, perhaps the biggest one. Look at those flags behind me. That's the European Commission headquarters, but there are also flags there of Ukraine. That's because we're approaching this key anniversary of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. President Trump across the Atlantic has sent shockwaves through Brussels and other capitals across the European Union, and there's been a real sense that there needs to be a total rethink of how the European Union approaches Ukraine, approaches its support to Ukraine. And over the last few days, there have been huddles of all sorts of different leaders putting their heads together to try and come up with new ideas, how to boost defence spending, how to double down on backing for Ukraine. But the fact is, I've heard some diplomats saying, look, it just seems like there's the wrong man in the room because they've had Olaf Scholz there representing Germany, and there was the widespread expectation that he would be on his way out.
Well, Rosie, do they feel like Friedrich Merz will be the right man in the room now when they're talking about EU policy and stance towards Ukraine?
Look, I think there's a sense that Friedrich Merz has spelled out that he wants to continue to be a strong backer of Ukraine, and I think that's something that will be welcomed across the European Union. But there's other policy areas which this will likely have an impact on. Look at the rightward shift that we're seeing in general across this bloc. We saw that reflected in European parliamentary elections back in 2024, so we can expect perhaps the continuation of a push for a more restrictive migration policy. Also a push we've been seeing here in Brussels in general toward deregulation, toward cutting red tape to try and boost the European Union's competitiveness when it comes to competing with bigger powers like China or the United States. And that puts some, especially climate campaigners, in a position of fear. They fear for the future of the European Union's so-called Green Deal, its big green climate promises. But of course, on the other side of the argument, there's those who say simply that Europe has got too much bureaucracy if it wants to stand on its own 2 feet.
DW's Rosie Burchard with the latest from Brussels tonight. Rosie, thank you. Well, German support for Ukraine has also helped to shape the election, as we were saying. Just days after Russia's invasion back in February 2022, Chancellor Olaf Scholz told Parliament the war marked a turning point. Germany cut many commercial ties with Russia, notably ending direct imports of Russian natural gas. And since then, German support has grown significantly. The government says it has so far provided or committed for future years around 28 billion euros in military assistance for Ukraine. That involves weapons and military hardware, including 18 Leopard 2A6 main battle tanks with ammunition and spare parts, 25 self-prepared howitzers and the Panzer Haubitze 2000, and 11 Iris air defense systems. But despite the U.S., UK, and France supplying longer-range weapons, the Chancellor has refused to provide Ukraine with German-made Taurus cruise missiles. And following explosive remarks by members of the Trump administration, Chancellor Scholz joined an emergency European summit in Paris. Leaders insisted on having a place at the table when the U.S. and Russia discuss ending the war in Ukraine. Both Moscow and Washington have said there is no role for Europe in the talks. No role for Europe. If you're just joining us, this is our continuing coverage of the German elections. Our chief international editor, Richard Walker, is to my left.
Okay, so they're still, at least in the bottom left, they're showing the exit polling numbers, which for now are probably the more accurate of the numbers, but I will switch over and show you how the actual numbers that are getting reported are looking. I'll give it a quick update. And with 36 of the 299 constituencies, which at the moment are looking reasonably balanced. I think there's still a little bit more leftist-heavy constituencies to come. But so far, CDU and AFD are about where expected. They'll probably drop proportionately. So CDU down to 29s, I should say. 29s, maybe 30. AFD somewhere between 20 and 22. Currently, their exit polling has them obviously at 20.4. So yeah, I mean, you can look at this and you compare the exit polling. SPD will probably kind of, who knows? Maybe the exit polling's a little bit off, but so far I think it does seem pretty normal. 41 now, and AFD up a smidge. It's interesting. Obviously, you have to consider a lot of East. There's a lot of East Germany yet to be counted, and still a huge chunk of the West here. And given there's 299 constituencies, it's absolutely no surprise to anyone. But it's a strong showing so far. Pretty much every single constituency so far declared in the western parts has a double in support for AFD, and of course a improvement for CDU. And then obviously of these three on the eastern front, there are 14 to 15% growth for AFD. Obviously, they're never going to double what they already had, given how high their support was. But it's showing well. In fact, in some of these constituencies, AFD are actually neck and neck with SPD. As you can see here, 17.6 versus 17.4. SPD, considering SPD were, won, notably this one, last time around, and now they're neck and neck with AFD in second place. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy indeed. But yeah, the results continue to come in. Think of us, obviously, as the night goes on, or as the day for us goes on, they'll just start coming in more and more and more. Any updates to the exit polling? Unlikely at this time. Maybe another 20 minutes or so. We shall see. But the exit polling has dramatically changed. AFD's up a point from where they started. They started at 19.5. Green started at 13.5, dropped down to 12. CDU started at 29, down to 28.5. SPD are up 0.4. FDP are down 0.3. I think they're up slightly. BSW are up around 6 points, I believe. So it's been a bit of movement. But exit polls don't matter. Actual results do. But it gives us an indication. Gives us an indication for sure. And this is roughly what the poll suggested. Roughly. So yeah.
Because this is it. I mean, there are some hot potatoes out there.
Yeah,
this is about as hot as they get.
This is about as hot as they get. But we have had people in this studio at this table in the past years say that maybe Germany should look at Ukraine. Ukraine once had nuclear weapons as well. They gave them up. They thought they had security guarantees. You see what kind of security guarantees they have today. So the lesson has been maybe Germany should consider not becoming another Ukraine when it comes to being able to defend yourself.
100%, but for that to happen, you need a full range of deterrent options. You don't just need nuclear weapons and a couple of tanks. You need everything in the middle. And actually, this is where Germany has a potential advantage because of the emerging defense technology industry here in Germany, which is one of its real strengths. Down in Bavaria in particular, there are a lot of companies at the Munich Security Conference presenting on this. This is something I think
David says these commentators can't bring themselves to say anything positive about AFD's increase in the polls. And that's because they are establishment. They are mainstream. I'm not sure how mainstream DW are, but these are people with mainstream beliefs, ideas, right? They're coping, especially this guy on the left and the right, on either side. I think the guy on the left's a little bit more annoying. But yeah, they've got very mainstream views, as in AFD is far right because we say they're far right. We don't actually have any real logical explanation as to why they're far right, but they are far right, and so we have to accept they're far right. We can't say anything nice about them because they're far right, and of course, we need to also mention climate change from time to time. It's just like, get a grip, for goodness sake.
Losing the nuclear protection umbrella of the United States, but that's not always the way Europe and the Germans thought that umbrella would be removed, right? I mean, the thinking was that if you never needed it, then there wouldn't be a threat. But now we're looking at there is a threat, and the Americans may not be with us anymore.
Exactly. The Beach Boys School of Security Studies no longer lives. The wouldn't it be nice world.
Wouldn't it be nice if the world was
a lot of German
cat-free?
politicians have woken up to that. What we've not yet seen is that realization translated into real action, because the Zeitenwende of Olaf Scholz, which was supposed to reposition Germany in this way, failed across all its 5 main dimensions. Merz's government now has to deliver a real Zeitenwende, including through its commitments to allies.
That's a big task.
And actually, we have a question
go
on
ahead.
that point from one of our viewers who wants to know, will Germany now take a tougher stance against Russia, try to negotiate a deal for both NATO and Ukraine?
Well,
honestly, that's stupid.
To have a stance against Russia, and there's a lot
This
of
is what
people
I mean,
around
right?
Europe
They're
who've
so
been wanting that,
leftist,
because
bro.
Germany
They're so
frankly has been
globalist
missing in action
aligned.
for a good period of time in European security and defence. We heard earlier about
It's like
the report from Brussels with Olaf
ending
Scholz,
the war in
man in the wrong
Ukraine
job.
for these guys means, you know, utter catastrophe for Europe. I'm like, as opposed to what? Like what's the alternative here? Because the only alternative is you put boots on the ground down in Ukraine, try and force Russia back, piss Russia off, encroach on their motherland, and then they've got their policy that they can fall back on. Sure, they've had their policy breached several times. I mean, they've had, you know, Ukraine use weapons on their motherland several times. They've opted not to go and to the extremes, right? But the thing is if you've got NATO doing it over and over and over, you've got a problem there. It's not workable. If you're going to really exhaust, the only way forward for here, the only possible way you actually push Russia back from where they are is full boots on ground with German military, UK military, you know, Polish, Hungarian, whatever. It's just not going to happen. It's not realistic. You can't expect your people to do it. Your people would hate you for it. And odds are you'll fail and just piss off Russia into attacking you anyway. So it's like, what's the point?
Depending on how the coalition maths shakes up. So it's maybe just too hard to answer that question, but I would agree with what Ben said.
You've got to say, right, do what you can with what you have where you are, and that's part of leadership, and that's what we've got Merz for, isn't it?
Yeah, but we just don't know yet how strong his position is going to be, I think, and to what extent he's going to be buffeted around by events, and events in the human form of Donald Trump. You know?
Beyond his control.
So, and I think there's a very strong sense of that.
It's also a Trump hate
Europe
fest.
is being
A lot of
blown
TDS
around
on this
at the
panel.
moment by Trump force gales. And Merz is about to be in the middle of that. And a lot of Europeans are looking
I just
to
spit out
Germany
my
to
coffee.
lead. I was
Trump
in
force
Munich as well,
gales.
and there were people, you know, even British people, like members of the British Parliament, standing up and saying, when is German leadership going to come? And Merz is signaling that's what he wants to do. But the question is, when he's in a coalition with a potentially difficult partner, when he's dealing with countries around him that have potentially slightly different interests or emphasis on interests, you know, all in theory, you can say, I'm serious about this, I'm serious about it. But it's in the doing that is the test of it. And we just don't know yet. And we don't know how difficult the circumstances are going to be for him.
We don't know. But what we do know is that you're watching DW News.
DJ, welcome. You say, problem sorted, pull back NATO. Exactly. There is absolutely no need for Ukraine to join NATO. You make a deal, and you just use it as like effectively a neutral zone. Honestly, that's the best bet for everyone. Just allow them to have their elections as they have them. You may not be happy. You may not be happy with a pro-Russian guy in there. You may not be happy with a pro-West guy in there. What matters is that you don't continue fueling a battle you cannot win.
Olaf Scholz, this has been Germany's sort of ruling party, the biggest party in the coalition. They have come in at
the coalition,
right now, projecting at about 16.4% of the vote. Just bearing in mind, this is not the final tally, but this is a very good projected result that we're getting in the percentages here. in first place tonight is that big block you see in black, and that is the center-right CDU-CSU party. We've been talking a great deal now about a Friedrich Merz, who will likely be Germany's next chancellor. He leads that party, which has been in opposition. You might remember that this was the party of Angela Merkel here in Germany for a long time. And now below them, well, not in order of the results of this election, but in this graphic, you see the Greens, who have been in the last coalition government, who have come in at 12%, dipped below their performance in the last election. I remember a time where the Greens were the rising stars in German elections, Brent. The FDP in yellow over there, just coming in shy of 5%. That is the 5% that is needed to make it into the Bundestag, the German parliament. So that is the FDP, the business-friendly FDP, we like to say here, led by Christian Lindner, who was Germany's finance minister. You might remember, if you know German politics well, that the collapsing of the last government, he was one of the key players in that. And then you will see the blue block over there. That is the AfD, the AfD, the alternative for Germany. This is the far-right party that comes in at 20% of the vote. And I think later we should maybe just show everybody a map of the country and where AfD voters are concentrated in the country. That tells a very interesting story. We'll get that to you in our coming coverage. But they're coming in at just about 20% of the vote. And we have to point out it's a strong showing, but there were some predictions that that could be even higher than what it's come out to be now. The Left Party, which really would probably be the only surprise of the night at this stage, coming in stronger than what was initially expected. And in the BSV, we have the Zara Wagenknecht alliance also coming in.
Okay, shutting these people up for a second. We've just had an update to those exit polling numbers. Another rise for AfD up to 20.6, so only narrow over that, but it's a continued rise in the exit polls. The Greens continue to fall. FDP down again. And I'll actually quickly switch over for you. SPD, the same. CDU, the same. BSW, the same. De Linke, the same. AfD, the only real notable point of difference there. Again, this coalition likelihood is up there. The most likely coalition we're going to get, because I don't believe De Linke are particularly interested in being in government. They want to be in opposition. So a three-way with the Greens is not likely. If BSW make it over, maybe they'll... I don't think they'll have the numbers. So SPD is really the only workable way for them. And, you know, there's a chance they might have to throw the Greens in there as well. May not. So, yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, AfD would be the easy option, but no. They don't do that, because far right bad. So we can't have any of that. But quick update on the actual numbers. So obviously we've got they're a bit slow to update their exit poll numbers over here on The Guardian, but with respect to the constituencies, 55 of 299, so they're slowly getting there. What's that, 1/6 of the way through? Yeah, 1/6 of the way through. We've got the CDU 32.8, AfD 22.1, SPD 14.6, Greens 9.8, Left 6.5, BSW 4.1, and FDP 3.9 with 6.1 for the others. As far as the map is concerned, this is how it looks. Do note, these are the electorate results, so the constituency results in terms of who's actually been elected to those seats, not necessarily party vote. So obviously 1, 2, 3, 4. Given there's only 299 constituencies. Obviously, it doesn't really matter in terms of that unless you're a really small party. But yeah, so these are coming in thick and fast. Another example of AfD getting over 14% or around 14% in their constituencies. They're one in terms of the gains they've made. Again, here, this big one, up to 16% gain, which is, wow, significant. Which means they were what? Around 27% last time out. Now they're up to 43. Insane. And continuing their trend in Western Germany of doubling their support in pretty much every constituency on the face of the planet. Yeah, it's significant gains. David says, yep, NATO is corrupt as well and well by its sell-by date. There's merit to NATO, but the way that they engage and the way that they're basically just warmongers, despite the fact they're supposed to be a defensive pact, it's not on. If you're a defensive pact, stick to defense, not this defense by attack nonsense, which is misguided and I don't trust it for a second. You don't need to look at that. So yeah, back we go.
Solid. Friedrich Merz himself, who stands accused of having put some cracks into it after accepting far-right AfD votes in a motion recently in Parliament and get that across the finish line for the first time in history. He himself has pegged his own political future to maintaining that firewall. And because it looks such an obvious choice that there is a conservative stroke far-right majority in Germany, a lot of people vote CDU, the Conservatives, because there is a firewall to the far right. So the interpretation here is that it would be political suicide to go into one camp with a far-right AfD, which has as its own declared aim, and I've spoken to one of its founders, that was the aim, to destroy the conservative CDU-CSU as one of the last remaining Big Ten parties in Europe. And we've just seen the Social Democrats go further downhill. They are being crushed as a Big Ten party. And that could likely and would likely happen to the CDU. So that issue isn't being questioned, particularly since the far-right AfD party is in part suspected of undermining democracy itself here in Germany and may face further investigation. So you don't want a coalition partner who's suspected of undermining democracy itself. So it's not quite as easy as when you look at that chart, but what it does demonstrate is that Germans seriously feel that there should be much tougher migration policy here in Germany. And that's also something that Friedrich Merz says he stands for. But let's see how tall he can stand on this platform when he faces those coalition talks with the Social Democrats and or potentially the Greens, whatever this becomes in the end.
Okay, and I think we've got a question. Do we have a question from a viewer?
That's right, Michela. This is one of our viewers just wanting some clarity on what the CDU's sort of stance is on skilled immigrants from African and Asian countries.
My apologies, David. I mean, I can't be that interesting, surely, but I suppose anything beats doing DIY. Crikey. Nothing like a good cup of tea. I'm on my third coffee. I haven't slept, so, you know, that's part of the reason why. As soon as I finish the stream, I'm going to have a nap. But, yeah. I didn't stop streaming last night till a little over after 12, so I decided to stuff it. I'll just stay up. Yeah. We good. Well, I don't mind if you go and do your DIY. That's fine. It's not going to change how Germany's voted. It's not going to change the fact that their establishment parties are cowardly and make any excuse in the world not to go into coalition with a far-right party.
Into Germany, while at the same time offer a much faster track to migrant workers, skilled labor, which he stresses is badly needed in order to kickstart the German economy. Another promise he's made that there would be a turnaround on the economy as Germany slides into a third year of potential recession.
DW's Michaela Kuffner at the headquarters of the CDU, the conservative CDU here in Berlin. Michaela, thank you. Well, big gains, as we've been talking about tonight, for the far-right alternative for Germany, the AfD. DW spoke to the AfD's co-chairman, Tino Kruppala.
I'm very pleased with the result. We have doubled in size. We have gained twice the number of votes. That is historic. We are the second strongest party, so I'm really satisfied.
What is your message to the other parties?
That firewalls are not worth it, that voters have clearly decided against firewalls. And as the second strongest party, we have been given a mandate to play a more active role in politics. Friedrich Merz should think carefully about this.
Why did so many voters, 1 in 5, actually vote for the AfD?
Because we have a good candidate for Chancellor, because we have good candidates in the federal state.
Crikey, what's going on with this?
We have run a good campaign, and we have a better programme, because we want to pursue policies for Germany that are in line with its interests. We want to end the Ukraine war as quickly as possible and not supply weapons where the taxpayer is milked and where we finance foreign wars.
I had the feeling when the first results came in, the reaction wasn't quite as cheerful, or maybe not as loud as I expected. Did you feel the same?
No, it was just the first projection. Let's look at the later figures. I'm convinced we will still get over 20%. So we are completely satisfied. Thank you.
All right, our political correspondent Matthew Moore, he is at the headquarters of the AfD. Matthew, you heard it there from the party's co-chairman. You conducted that interview. Do you get a sense that the AfD is it a party that is satisfied this evening?
Very much so, Brent. Look at the big picture. This is a party that was really in a bad way at the last election because it lost on its previous result. It was really going nowhere, and then a number of things happened. As we just heard in that interview, the Ukraine war, Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. That triggered off a series of issues. So there was the rising energy prices, migration numbers started to go up again. The number of irregular migrants arriving in Germany went up. And then also the economy in Germany here has been in recession for 2 years. And all of that came together to really deliver this perfect combination of issues that the AfD has just jumped on. And they've been able to define themselves really quite sharply against the other parties. And tonight they've doubled their result. And they will be a very much enlarged and much more emboldened presence in the German Bundestag. They've not just doubled the votes, but they're also going to have well more than double the number of seats, and that's going to just change the tone of the debate in the parliament. And them just continuing to hammer on this issue of migration is going to have just put major pressure on the political parties that do make it into the coalition in the end.
Matthew, we've got about a minute left. Let me ask you, what are you hearing there about the impact, the influence of Elon Musk and the U.S. Vice President, J.D. Vance? J.D. Vance met with the AfD Chancellor candidate, Alice Weidel, last week. I mean, they've been very open about their support for the AfD. Do people feel like that made a difference tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you speak to anyone around the AfD orbit, and most of them will say that it can only help the AfD when you have people like Elon Musk and J.D. Vance coming out and batting for your corner. But the main thing, I think, is that it just normalises this party. It makes them very difficult to ignore. And one of the most fascinating things that has happened in the last few weeks is that the AfD's position on the war on Ukraine, their position has now been taken up by the people in the White House. So in a way, the issues that they've been campaigning on are now dominating it when it comes to.
They just said the White House has adopted the position of AfD. I think they already held those positions. They're just now in a position to implement said position.
And it will only put them in good stead as they look to increase their vote share ahead of the next elections in 4 years' time. And that's what they've got their eyes on, Brent, is 2029.
2029, yep, and we can hear that music in the background. Yeah. Someone's got their mind on dancing tonight, but it's not going to be us. Maybe it will be you, Matthew Moore, at the head of the headquarters of the AfD. Yes, I can see what you're thinking there.
Standing.
Yes, the leftist on the panel will not be dancing.
Matthew, thank you very much. And we are coming up on 1:15. We're almost done with our special live coverage here. I'd like to thank Richard Walker here, our chief international editor. And I'd like to thank, this is your first time here at the big table with us with a live show, isn't it? It's Ben?
I've been with Phil Gale.
You've been with Phil Gale?
Around the table of four, thanks.
Well, I'm
Thank you.
welcoming you again. And Christine, as always, great to work with you. And we appreciate you following us wherever you've been watching us on TV or streaming. Thanks for the company. I will be back in 45 minutes with a special edition of The Day as Germany Decides. We'll see you next time.
What's next? now. I'm just going to bring it over here. Have a look at this. So we've had a slight update. Now up to 73 constituencies. Vote change, not too dramatic. Within expected results, really. That's the state of play. That is the state of play. Exit polls, of course. This is how they're looking right now. Exit polls. That's what is predicted to happen. I suspect AFD will probably do a smidge better, but hard to know. Hard to know because CDU would have to drop off quite a bit as well from what they currently have here with 32.8. So interesting to see how things go. Of course, there's also Al Jazeera's updates of the numbers. These are about the same. Over 2.5 million votes for AFD so far. Nearly 4 million for CDU. I mean, you look at the vote share from the last election. And it's quite significant. David says, I initially supported Ukraine, but as I learned about the historical side and Zelensky's corruption, I've come to realize pushing for peace is the only way. As usual, Trump is right. Exactly. At this point, there is no other alternative. No matter what your stance on the whole Ukraine thing is, whether you support Ukraine, whether you side more with Russia, or whatever, there is literally no realistic way out. No way out that the people of the West can tolerate. Other than to, agree to an annexation of the land that's currently in possession of Russia anyway. Maybe redrawing the borders of Russia and Ukraine in alignment with the current, battle line. I don't know. They can find a way, but I think the other expectation or the other demands that may come is that Ukraine hold elections. And then the hold elections, once that's done, the land is annexed. They're not allowed to join NATO, and that's that, right? It's like, at this point, is that really too much to ask? You haven't had control of the majority of that land for the better part of 3 years. NATO was never a realistic option anyway. So, yeah, cut your losses. And I mean, that's if we ignore why we're actually in this situation. A lot of people say, oh, no, that's all conspiracy, that's all nonsense. There's actually more evidence supporting the so-called conspiracy theory than the alternative. That is quite simply that the whole reason we're in this mess is because in 2013-14, there was a Western-backed coup orchestrated by far-right Maidan-aligned paramilitary groups who committed a false flag operation. And the evidence would support that, given the shots fired came from Maidan-controlled buildings, and it was unrealistic that the Maidan affiliated paramilitary troops wouldn't have had full control of those buildings. Additionally, it was very selective in some of the targets of the so as to avoid anyone of importance. So yeah, it was very sus, and there was more logical sense. There was more reason for a false flag operation to take place than for Yanukovych to be the orchestrator of the attack. And on top of that, there's no evidence at all that he ordered any such act. So there's also that. Europe wants Ukraine's resources, and by selling them arms, they start to own them. Yeah, exactly. Even the US has tried to get their hands on Ukraine's resources through negotiations here, and I mean, I can't blame them. I mean, you put your own countries first, and the US has invested so much time and money into helping Ukraine, albeit being involved with the reason they're in that mess, that it's only fair that they try and get what they can out of it. And apparently, Russia might even be open to giving the US some access to things within that annexed territory. So, yeah, time will tell. Time will tell.
Flowers on Earth.
Yeah, okay, that's not particularly interesting. Let's go. I'm gonna see if there is. It's Oh, crikey, Dick. Crikey, 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 crikey. I've been going 4.5 hours, folks. 4.5 hours. At least Trump is trying via honest negotiations. That's exactly right. He's trying. And that's what matters here. Better than any of these other weirdos in Western countries such as Germany. And Germany has an opportunity and they're not even taking it. Not even taking it. The people have tried, but powers that be won't allow it to happen. They won't allow it to happen. Let's see. All right. Let's try this really quick. Open that up. All right.
Jalal and his little brother Atta are taught together.
Ignore that. Turn that shit off. Bear with me, folks. Taking its sweet ass time, I'll tell you. Yeah, that's just bizarre. Why won't you full screen? Not full screening. One second. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to mute this. So I'm going to put some tunes on. I'm going to go call my mother because it's her birthday. And then I'll be back. All right, folks. Enjoy this for the time being. I'll quickly load up the tunes. Give me a moment. Rocky, hope that didn't scare anyone.
so fast, all tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my mom life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger.
lost touch, but I'm still here. We were young, we were kids, it was something rare. I told you everything, but when it all burned down and you were left with nothing, did you question God or did you see it coming? Come on, oh come on, yeah. When it all burned down and you lost my number, or you couldn't even call, didn't know if you recovered or not. Come on. When it all burned down and you were left with nothing, did you question God or did you see it coming? Come on, come on. You were someone I trusted with all my heart. Always understood where I was coming from. You cared about me, but when it all burned down and you lost my number, or you couldn't even call, didn't know if you recovered or not. Come on, come And I didn't know if I would see you again. Oh, did I lose you? I think I might have lost you. But when it all burned down and you were left with nothing, did you question God or did you see it coming? Come on, oh come on, yeah, come on.
I'm halfway out, just trying to lose you now. Yeah, it was an illusion now. Yeah, I just wanna see you out. So give it up, leaving all your texts on red with the games you left now. Give it up, I'm sick of all the things you said getting in my head now. So I don't wanna know, I don't wanna know where you go. I don't wanna know. Yeah, it was an illusion now. You're leaving all the doors locked out. I don't wanna know. I don't wanna know. Two shots with a broken spleen, yeah. I'm blessed with the mess you leave, yeah. It's hard to stop and breathe, yeah. So I don't wanna know all the things that you left in my brain, starting all over again. Yeah. Only put it away, not even back in my face. Yeah. I'm done with all that you can say, yeah. So leave me alone, 'cause I don't wanna know. I don't wanna know where you go. I don't wanna know. Yeah, it was an illusion now. You're leaving all the doors locked out. I don't wanna know. I don't wanna know.
All right, folks. I've been going for just under 5 hours. I'm extremely tired, as you might imagine. I've had 3 coffees, and now I'm just feeling, So, do feel free to keep up with these numbers. I'll go over them one more time for you. Just before I finish. About nearly halfway through the numbers. And we have a reasonably, accurate reflection of what was expected. Quickly look at the exit poll one more time. Most recent update for the exit poll as AFD 20.6, CDU 28.5, SPD 16.5, Greens down to 11.8. They started the night at 13.5, so it's not particularly good for them. FDP continuing to drop. Der Link up. BSW still standing strong on 4.9, but they're not going to make the threshold if they maintain that. Again, the likely coalition is as follows. They've now actually increased their share. But yeah, that's the likely coalition as expected. They may include the Greens in there. But the coalition that should happen, the easy option is this one, but they're just simply not going to do it. But just looking at the results, AFD 21.4. Anything over 21 would be really great for them. They'll be very happy. Kind of anything over 20 is still a solid result, but they would have thought they could probably do more. CDU, I expect to drop down to around 28, as is reflected by the... I think based on how things are going and the constituencies that are being counted, I would say these exit polls are pretty bloody accurate. So, yeah. If you are interested, I will quickly, very quickly, drop the link in the chat. Feel free to go take a look at that. But outside of that, folks, thank you all very much for tuning in today. Joining me from the early hours this morning, 6 a.m. Within 10 minutes, there was over 200 people that at least stopped by for a moment to have a look. 6 a.m. through nearly 11 a.m. now. It's been busy. Not much is going to change. But, we've got a bit of insight into German politics, German elections. I've never really followed them before, so it was great. I enjoyed it. And one final time, my mother, happy birthday to my mother. She's at work today. She's a paramedic. She's working all day. Truly a champ, isn't it? Truly a champ. Working all day on your birthday. Good stuff. So yeah, good luck to AFD. Good luck to all the parties. Really, it was always a challenge, but there are parties we don't like, and parties we do. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what AFD gets. And cheers, Matthew. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the kind words. Yeah, I'm gonna go have a sleep. So yeah, thanks, guys. Make sure, by the way, tune in to the Eric and Simon show on Wednesday from 8:30 p.m. New Zealand time. That'd be greatly appreciated. I may be streaming sometime before then. We shall see how we go.